Nice, we already started. Nice, welcome everybody who are here. That's nice. Let me just start on TikTok as well. Nice, we are back. Alright, let me actually check what we did. For last time, actually, we have right now a lot of things that we are building, and these things actually are related to what we did with the chat. So let me just continue with cleaning this and doing some nvim for dev. I need also to go here and npm run dev for this one. I think everything is good. We are now today actually working on the other branch, which I called auto login setup, which is where we stopped from yesterday. And I think it was really amazing that we did certain parts of this, and we still need actually to continue and make it actually work better. Alright, so if you are actually asking about what we're doing today we are going to check the routes and see if they work perfectly, and maybe make them work with 10-stack router properly. I see that I did some outletting yesterday. It was honestly not so far from what we should do, but it also depends on if actually we chose the correct schema for it. But anyway, for now the route gen works perfectly. We have here app.tsx that actually routes to the index file, which is now better. Let me see why it has the same content. Okay, this is wrong. This is totally wrong. We need to actually delete this one. Yeah, we don't need this anymore then. If I just... Alright, let me just check one more time. So this is the index file. And this needs to be deleted. For some reason it's still there. And let me just delete it to see what will happen, because I'm sure that on the main TSX we use the inner app now. And app right now comes from... yeah, let's see where it comes from. It comes as a function here that we call app, where it actually provides the inner app for it. So all good. Yeah. What is this IDE? This IDE actually is NeoVim with some changes that I did to it. So I'm trying my best kind of like to make it or tweak it kind of to my willing. And we don't have that much of kind of like changes on it. Is just the fact that I checked what are the plugins for Svelte and plugins for React that I might use at my work, and I went along with it. Oh, Fathom came from my short videos. It's really nice that when I actually post some short videos and then people can join me here. That's epic, because then I reach out to more people. Yeah, which is awesome. Cool. Let me actually, whenever you stream and you keep streaming much, there is this flare thingy that makes you go out to more people, and the flare effect is like 30 minutes, and it just makes your live stream go berserk. But let's see if that's actually gonna work. If that's gonna work, that will be epic actually. Yeah. Anyhow, do you guys have any questions maybe about what I'm building and stuff like that? I can show you, but it's nothing important honestly. Right now we are trying actually to just fix out the router part, and if this works as intended, then we will be able to probably, I don't know, launch out the app with the correct routing, and hopefully it works as it should be. So now we have a problem actually with the route context. Yeah, because I think it doesn't have React query in it. So it says that in COT, no query client set on the use of query client provider, set one on the auth context. So I have an error somehow in my auth context itself. I'm not sure what is that, so let's check it out. So in this auth context, I'm using here a use query part, and this is by a way of context that is defined via the basically the root part. Is a main TSX here. So as you see over here, the query client provider probably is not working at all because it's not finding the auth when I use it. All right, let me see also where did I use that auth. Okay, so I said here, hey, I want query client provider to work, but where does that come from? Yeah, then that's odd. All right, then I know what to do here. Let me just search where was this before. I'm sure that if I just copy it and then just fs this, it was on, yeah, here you go. Yeah, okay. All right, so I think so if I just take this up and just put it there, it might actually work, but at this point I'm not sure, right? I'm not sure if this will work perfectly or not still. So it says still that there is no current query provider there. Oh, some guy here said that he proposes collaboration to integrate a SmartThings API into his platform, and he needs to, and he also said that he can pay for it. I mean, I can even do it for free. I have no problem. It's just that you can reach out to me and you can tell me exactly what you need, and I will actually see what I can do about it. All right, let me read actually the other comments that I see. A lot of people joined and a lot of people left as well, so let me actually read more of your comments, guys. All right, so this guy actually, as always, a lot of people ask about how you get into programming, how you get into full stack programming and stuff like that. Consistency is key, but I hate to say it every day, but that's it. I think the roadmap.sh will be the best way that you go there and check the roadmaps, because the roadmaps has everything that you need, honestly, for you to reach out into the scene of full stack, and you will learn a lot if you just specify your goal from the beginning and you say, yeah, I want to learn this and that, and it will be actually good for you to just define your goals from the beginning. Hey Justin, what's up? Is there any advantage of using 10-stack router over Next.js routing? Honestly, right here I'm doing React, so in my case I have like this small problems that I need actually now to fix out. At the auth provider, actually here I have some ease loading of the user profile. I think it's in my auth context itself. Yeah, I think I can fix that up with just checking how can I do it. For example, in the contact here, surely called I surely called some API request. So let me check my API request. So I have general, I have like the sanity check part, which is awesome. So that can be something that we can check with. And let me just do sanity check. What do I call it? Sanity check, like that. Okay. So this is sanity check part. That's where I import it. This is where I use it. And for some reason I don't have that query definition of the query, probably on top, right? So this is the ease loading of the query itself, but I should somewhere define the user query part. Let me check my imports. Okay, let me also take off my PC part like over there, so you can actually not see my screen but see my code instead. And also you will understand exactly what I'm trying to do, because honestly it's just me trying to find out what are the odds about routing here. Are you good at Python? Yeah, I'm good a bit, but I'm not using it in my daily basis job. And what OS am I running? I'm running on WSL right now, which is basically a part of Linux, but I kind of work only on WSL when I use NeoVim. All right, so that's it. All right, so now I can see here that I have a use query part. You see, use query but my use query here is using the isload import, and as I see, I'm actually importing it there. So let's see if on my auth context I'm actually getting the use query from Tanstack as well. So the problem that I think happening here is that our auth context that contains this use query is not reading the query provider for some reason, which means my main.tsx here, when the query client is actually passed, which is on top here, I just define it on top, just thinking that maybe scopes matter, but I think it doesn't. And I was thinking, yeah, maybe, oh, okay, you know what? Okay, so this is current user, and then you provide the query client. This is what you do basically when you do the app instead. What I did before, actually, I had these two in my app.tsx, I suppose, or in my root folder. I think here I passed them out. But let me check the index part. Yeah, the index was here, app and providers. But for some reason, seems not to be a problem for these to use the user query there, but it's a problem for our root. Yeah, I think we are facing a wall for this. What IDE is this? It's NeoVim, by the way. So I'm trying actually to combine NeoVim with some VS Code stuff. So I have lazy nvim, which is basically an editor for you, and you can also attach to it some plugins. So if you just do the lazy part like this, you see these are all, let me just do it again. These are all working plugins. I need to sync them, by the way. So Lua Snip, Alpha Nvim, these are all plugins that I actually installed. And if you are seeking these to get as well and to use them in your project or maybe in your Nvim setup, please let me know, and I will share them with you, or just send me a message. Alo asked if I work for my own or I work for a company. Let me also share with you the context, so maybe some guys can actually find the problem while I actually answer the question. So yeah, I work for Adobe and SFC. Both of them are companies in Germany, and Adobe is very known, the ones that did Photoshop and so on, and SFC is kind of like a renewable kind of energy thingy, and it's really amazing. What IDE is this? It's NeoVim, as I said. And how do you remember so much about code? I'm in college, but seems hard to have to remember everything. It's just when you kind of like say to yourself, hey, I want to specify in one thing, and this one thing could be React or whatever. So in my case, I chose React, and in here I am trying my best to kind of like do React without doing anything else with it. And if you think about it like this, it helps me a lot, because like the separation of concern doesn't come out actually for you to only do React as a developer, but also to specify in JavaScript only. So then you won't actually be touching other. You won't be like a DevOps guys who should know Python, but at the same time know how to do Docker files, but at the same time do like Jenkins and stuff like that, do pipelines and all of these things. Maybe they are really beneficial, but still that if you choose one path like me, you can end up with a better future. Yeah, that's the problem. So here the query outside of the query context, but the thing is my context is used here, right? So let me see about that. Query provider and auth provider inside the inner app. Oh, you're right. You're right, actually. So the auth provider is on top of the query context. So therefore I actually can do this like that and get rid of the app kind of here. Yeah, and can get rid of this and use inner app instead. Do you think that will work? Oh, what the hell is happening here? Well, that solved the problem for an extent. you can do the auth example from your router docs. I have the same issue. Yeah, I think we are on the same problem. Thanks for the free code, bro. Yeah, you can use auths outside of the context now. Actually, use auth. Yeah, but yeah, still that's true. Yeah. So if I do this, 1 second, if I return it as intended. Okay. You're right, actually. You know what will work here is a normal fetch. So instead of using the query part, you can do this approach at all. Do you know what? Let's not rely on the query client as all. Yeah, at all. Yeah, that's a really good thing. So basically, let's rely on maybe normal fetch. So what I mean by that is just let's go to our auth context and change this one to have just simple fetch, right? And what I mean by that is just like a const async function here. Does that work? Right? So all I'm doing actually is just using a get profile function that I have. So if I just go here, I have this async function already, you see? And this async function actually checks the token and proxies the API with the bearer of the token, right? So in my case, actually what I'm doing, I'm just gonna call it in the use effect, but the use effect cannot be async, right? So let me actually make it like this. Wait a second. Maybe I create like const, and this function will be basically my my kind of query for the get profile. So let me just do get profile from API. I will call it this just to show what I'm trying to do. So async, and this will be just await the get profile application part, or I would just do it like this. Let me just see one more time. Here I return the JSON, right? Yeah, I return the JSON anyhow. So what I'm gonna do is just that I'm gonna do a result, maybe equal await. So this await will be the get profile one. As I know, I don't have to pass anything for this one, and I'll just say get data for this one, right? Or get user data, something like that, right? And why I'm doing that just here, so I can say, hey, call get data const user equal, which is odd, but I have nothing to do about this. Just this is the only way, kind of. Yeah, and still this also. Yeah, and then if user data dot user, well, because the value of the JSON have something like called use data of user or something like that, then let me just do it like this. You know what? Yeah, I will define like that loading part, set loading. So we create kind of a state change. Use state of false, right? Or true. And I will take this into the use effect. And now this seems to be fine, but when I am actually getting the data, because I'm waiting for it, this seems a bit odd, right? What's the best way to get started? I think you just consistently create this kind of stuff. Let's do it my way, Obi, and then if it doesn't work, then let's try your way, because honestly I feel like, yeah, you know what you're doing, but let's seek my problem first and then see if that works. If not, then we move with yours. Okay, stay in the chat, don't go anywhere, so we can rely on you when we face the problem. All right, so by the way, guys, thanks for the follows, thanks for the messages and everything. I will reply to all of them. And yeah, I'm trying my best right now to kind of like solve this issue, and let's see. Is that Tmux? Yes, that's Tmux. Yeah, so the thing is here for this loading, when if result, probably this is bad, but yeah, the result will be awaited already. So in this case, I can just say result equal that directly. But for me, just to be clear, I will try that way just to make sure. And then I will just set the loading, set loading to false, right? Or to false, yeah. And this is based also on that loading bar. And here, if it's not, if it's loading, oh yeah, where is his loading, by the way? Do I have his loading somewhere else? Yeah, his loading was in 10-stack query part, and which I actually just deleted for now. So in my case, result is declared but never used. Well, that's fine. I will just set the user if result. I'll do just like that, if result. Dot user, then I'll set set the current user, the result dot user, and then I'll just push this here, right? Because then we will wait for that anyhow. So let me just make this like that, just to make sure to skip problems from now on. And then this part here, I think we don't need it, kind of. We just need to call it, to call the function, right? Okay, and then this all also is not needed. So now this data probably is not necessary. And does the loading actually is necessary in this case? I think not. Actually, it is not. So set loading and loading, this will be here. Yeah, cool. That looks good, right? That looks super good. I feel like this might work, but the only thing that might break us here. Okay, Obi, what is it? You can write it and I'll read it, kind of. How do you access the user data elsewhere? As I said, I have actually the get profile part here. Elsewhere, it fits inside the context. So if it's inside, let me show you an example. So here I have reusable and I have header. So this is inside the context, right? So current user is just that user use auth, right? If you want to actually see it in action, I can just console log this. And this console log just has to be current user for now. Or let me just see what I can have. Maybe I'll just surround this by, okay, I'll surround this by maybe that, and just to know that I'm actually logging exactly the current user, so I know that if it's undefined or something, I know that nothing is wrong with it. And then here there will be always current user.name, so in the header. So let me actually log in. Oh wow, some guy shared the live stream 1,000,000 times. Thank you. All right. Okay, you know how to access it, then you can write it. And at the same time, I will just show you what I have right now in the application. So what I have right now is this part. Yeah, so now I don't see any problem. If I just refresh, probably there will be some errors. There is, yes, this API profile part, right? Yeah, I see this, and then yeah, it won't work in this case because there is no token, right? Unless, yeah, so if there is no token, It says unauthorized because there is no token for us. Maybe I can find it somewhere that this also should be like that. Let me just do login in this case. And also login says that this is unauthorized. Yes, that's fine. But why is it returning that without passing by? So if there is no current user, yeah, if there is no current user means that I'm actually unauthorized, so there is no user at all. Okay, I might actually do a trick here, which is to console.log the, yeah, wait a second, what I'm returning with this. I will console log the result just to see if that would work, right? Yeah, so it is unauthorized, so that's cool because I think that I don't have the application, yeah, token at all. All right, let's see what remove the auth from the router context. But I mean that you lose your query benefits. Okay. Remove the auth from the router context. Okay, I got it. So I remove the auth, but then when do I use that auth then? How can I use it? Should I just use it inside the router when the user is there? That's correct. That's also a good approach, actually. I am developing a white noise app, by the way, just to listen to white noises and stuff. Yeah, that's good. That's a good approach, yes. But as I'm actually getting unauthorized here, maybe I just return null, right? So this current user can be null, right? And therefore I just don't return anything, right? So that's fine. Or undefined. So in my case right now, if this user is undefined, then where I call this auth is the main.tsx part. Here the query, the auth will be null, so the query client provider will pass the client as, that's fine, but where is my current user? Yeah, the context will be undefined. Then yes, I get it. I think I'm close. So then app.json or the index file here needs to check. Well, let me go for it, index.tsx. So here there is where the route takes me to. So this is my app basically, and then I try also to get again the context.auth, which is the current user from the user auth or the use auth, and in this case also it's wrongly done. Yeah, okay, I can just console log this again to just see. And this is from index. Yeah, let's see how it works. So now I'm trying to refresh this and I'm getting nothing because the app route is actually returning 401. Okay. At this point, yeah, it's not passing here at all. Makes sense. So the auth provider can be taken outside, right? At all. We don't use it anymore, right? That's what you mean. But here we need the context for it. For some reason we need the context to know that if you are authorized or not, right? And this router provider is actually passing the router, which is the index route. So this router provider is passing the router, which is this one, that also takes the context as there. But okay, let me check how they do it in 10stack query. I actually saved it in my readme file. Oh yeah, not in here, I think. Oh man, I remember actually adding it, maybe in the develop branch, not here. Okay, let's check it. Then stack private routing. So this is what I'm getting right now, right? It's like a root of context, and there is like to log in if you are unauthenticated basically. But this seems better from what I'm doing right now. I don't know where I read the other part. Okay, so let's read it one by one and see how it goes. I would see in the chat, Obi, did you actually have the same problem? Yeah, so it expects my user data not to be in the cloud. Yeah. Okay, I will go back, remove the context inside the create route. Inside the create router. Ah, okay, so I removed the context from there. And then what? We still use the auth provider. Okay, did you see that? But you can just call ensure query data from RQ and access it. The reason is there is so you can access the auth and things like before the load. You can access the auth from the context inside the app when you need it. The reason why it's there. Ah, okay. So what you're saying here is that, okay, follow with me. I take this off from here, right? Yeah. And this will basically be that the current user is not there. Okay, I'll take it all off. And then this one, right? And then this auth, I will take it off. And now the auth provider is still there, but this auth provider is the auth provider from my context, right? From my auth context. Does it still work though? Yeah, it should work here. Okay, I will show you what I did. All right, so this is what I did exactly. It became that I left the auth provider and I took off the part where it was like this. You see, it was like this, and now I just took that off, took the current user. For sure I didn't use the auth here, and I left the auth provider here in the inner app, because honestly now it became, but this context though, does it stay? I'm sure that should be gone. The context inside the creator router too. Yes, that should be gone. So now we are returning to 0, right? And if we are returning now to 0, I'm always late at your live. You're not late, by the way, guy. Like I started literally 30 minutes ago, I think. Yeah, 30 minutes exactly. Remove the context inside the creator. Okay, could you explain what you are coding, please? And return it to RQ. Here, what you mean to React query? You mean RQ? To the query client, or RQ? You mean React query, I suppose, in here. Okay, then you need to be clear, because honestly, I don't know what is RQ in this case. Yeah, excuse me, because honestly, I have no idea how TunStack works. Yeah, the auth provider was actually using the okay, so the auth provider, oh wait a second, because the router is there, then okay, I got your point, and let's go back then to this is what it was, right? Yeah, Arena, we are trying to actually go to 10K today, so we are at 9,600 followers. All right, let's try this. Let's try it. Let me refresh this. But this is the problem, man. Like, this says no query. This is what does this say? It says no query client set. Use query client provider to set one at the auth provider. So this is my error. That's why I used the fetch, right? Do you see the problem now? Actually, let me just go back here. So it says no query client provider to set one at auth provider. So let me just go back one more time, because honestly I feel like something is missing. I will refresh again. Yeah, which is super odd. Me too. I am actually very dizzy now. I don't know what is happening. Can you say let's go sky? Why though? Nice. What's the project for? The project right now, we are actually trying to build up like the 10 stack router with a private route. Honestly, it's kind of weird how this is built, and I don't find like a really good doc for it in the React query part, or maybe the 10 stack docs itself. So I was thinking what we should do in this case. Yeah, we're not done, Obi, I think. We're not done at all. All right, so I think now we need to just fix this auth provider part. Okay. So it says here that the auth provider as it is, because now look, the inner app, right? The inner app is what is inside this app here. So unless you just take the auth provider, and as I did, and I put it there like that. This is what I did before, right? This is when the auth provider will become good. And this is what I just did, honestly. And I changed this to inner app, yeah. And this still did work though, but it was that our application still stutters. Okay. So let me show you what is happening. So this is our login page. Seems like now there is no error for it, but the auth context itself is not getting that. Oh, wait a second. So it should not get anything because it's unauthorized. That's correct, actually. What am I trying to do here? I'm trying to prove Toby that she's wrong. Okay, so Obi, sorry, I said Toby, but let me actually put the password here and log in. So now we are having a problem. So now it says that there is an index. Okay, the problem that we're having now is that the current user from index is still undefined, but we can access the application. Perfect. Okay, cool. We can still access now the application, but you know what you need to fix out now? The fact how we actually can work on this. Okay, let me actually, there is the inner app and there is app. There was something called app for some reason here. All right. Then when we log in, or the login form, this is it. Is the use navigation part here is correct? I'm not sure, because now when I logged in, it didn't actually go to the application directly for some reason. Yeah, it's just React for a website. Yeah. It's React with TypeScript and with 10 stack router. No, I'm just taking it off. Right, Obi, don't scream. We have a chatter here. His name is Obi Fortune. He's been here a lot and he's trying to help me actually find the issue. We find how can we do this, but seems like we still don't do it perfectly because I have the use navigation part. And yeah. All right, Michael, for how long, how did you write on this code? This code, actually, we are building this application for 1 month now, but we're going super slow, like super slow. Yeah. Actually, I found out that there's something called Flare. I'm gonna use it. This Flare in TikTok lets you be visible for people for more. Oh, okay, so I cannot use it. So once per live you can use a Flare to boost your live stream. That's why we have a lot of new users that joined. Honestly, Minji asked that How do you know how to separate files and components into folders? That becomes with time and with consistency. So basically, after building some applications, you will be able actually to know what to do with time. Right? All right. You need to add a before load to your login route config. Before load. Oh, yeah. Okay. But what do you mean by that? I mean the before load part. Let me Google that, because honestly this might be in TanStack, right? Before. Oh yes, my brother, this is before the. Oh yeah, okay. All right. But you know what I hate about this is that the before load is used with the context router provider, but we don't use context router provider. Maybe because we use auth differently in this case. All right, bucket. Let's build it ourselves. Yeah. For create file route, yeah. So create file route. I have it in multiple files. So as you see here, the first file that I have it for is the index file. So what I'm gonna do is just show you my index route. So these are all my routes basically, right? This is the route 1, the outlet one, the top one, but I don't think that I need to touch that one, right? I need kind of like to be able to edit, or actually, yeah, might be actually it. Let me check. No, the outlet is not this one. What I need to change is the index one, I think, because here I have like a create file route of / right? You see, and then it returns the components of yeah, the / is basically the / is actually for the basically the application. So then there where we need to actually do it. But for the login, this is the one, right? And for the login, we don't need to change it here, I think. Yeah, I know that the chat is saying the different, but I don't think that we need to do it here. How many imports are you using? What do you mean by imports? Can you maybe imports in like packages or? But this is our login though. If we add a before load here, let me try. So if a before load is added here, what does it accept actually? Oh, wait a second, it's a function, right? Yeah, so it's probably a function that returns itself, like it returns like a route itself. So in this case we have basically if context. All right, let me just do this part. Let me see. It takes actually the context and the location, right? And it says, well, I'm sure that I'm not gonna use all of this, but for some reason it might be actually beneficial. So if there is no context, and the context here needs to be also coming from, yeah, coming from that context of auth, right? You see, now we are falling into the problem. Is authenticated or not? Is current user or not, right? So this doesn't be returned unless, yeah. Yeah. But here, you mean here to be query client? I don't suppose that will work actually. Because our query client comes from the auth itself, or the yeah, but I'm not sure here. Why does the context in this case will return a query client, right? Dot what you said? Dot fetch data. Okay, I got your point. So you want to remove this, and then here have context or query client directly. So the query client probably can be here, but that should be coming from like this const query client equal new query client, basically, right? And then I can just do query client dot fetch, right? Dot not fetch, right? It's dot query, right? Fetch query, yeah. That's what you meant, or I'm not sure then. Why should user come from query client dot? Why should the user come like that? So if I do user dot context dot query client, dot fetch user, you said, or fetch query. Okay, let me try that. Actually, let me see how can I actually get that, because in the auth context I have something similar. So use query it's called. That's why I'm I'm not sure what we're doing actually here. So does this actually uses the same query function that I use here? And also, by the way, my auth context returns a provider, doesn't return a context itself. Yeah, query client is in the context. Perfect. All right. So let me search that then. Let me see if that's something that I can do. Yeah, but yeah, he's saying that I can copy the argument from here and just paste it inside this one here, but I need to delete this one, by the way. Oops. Now it became very odd. Let me just delete this one. This one is here. Save that. This is here. What is the problem? Location is not used. That's not a problem. This is not used. That's not a problem. And let me just go back again. Copy this, and then I'll paste it again inside this one here. What is the problem here? The component is not finding. Yeah. All right. So this is what you're saying, right? So this here, get profile as a variable. And we can go log the user for some reason. All right, let's try that out. Yeah, we still actually, we can console log that, yeah, and see if the user actually can come there. And don't forget to await. Man, like the problem here, if this is this async, is not async, right? It can be async, right? Then this can be await. So it says location is defined but never used. I will delete that location part. I don't need it for now. It says property query client doesn't exist on fetch query. Probably no, right? Yeah. What does stale time mean? That's when this will re-update, kind of. Yeah. So it's nothing really important. It's just for me to add it there. Yeah. Chloe said my module and my React Native Expo Go project is not on. How to fix it? Just npm install, I think. Yeah. All right. Let's run that. See what this will do. So now I will just try to refetch the whole thing. There is a user coming up, but it's all console logs, I think, that I have from somewhere else. So what I'm gonna do is just type something here, and I will say user, and do this like that. So I see if that will actually work. And by the way, it should be on the login page, and I'll show you my my page. Yeah. So here. It is showing a big error, which means that that the user is not coming. Yeah, and also it shows that the fetch query is undefined at this point. So when I refetch, this is my login page. This is where this should work actually. By the way, my login page should work with a token. Yeah, with a token there. Yeah, so this is wrong for some reason. I think it says that you cannot property define fetch query. Yeah, it cannot find query client inside this context. That's why. But let me just, maybe the context should be that query client does not exist on type. Any context? Yeah, it's not like that. All right. Should be destructured. Maybe Obi, they changed kind of like how this works, because honestly, to context. Yeah, that's what you mean. Then that works. So basically, how does that work then? How can I add the query client to context at this point? I am actually coding like a small application for white noises, and now we are doing the router part. I think I'm not understanding what the guys in the chat sometimes suggest at this point. Try it. The query client to the clone test. So let me just show you what I mean by when I said that. So here the auth context does have use query directly, right? So probably the value is the current user only. And you're saying here that I can add like const query client equal new query client, right? And then instead of using use query directly, I use the query client use fetch, right? Or let me just change this, and then query client fetch query, right? And it doesn't have is loading for some reason, and then it becomes totally different from what I need. Oh yeah, so this returns a promise, by the way. Obi said that undo everything. Yeah, I undo. Don't worry about that. Yeah, now you should maybe talk in a normal language, asynchronous JavaScript. Yeah, it's just the wrong parts. Good morning, Professor. Good morning, and good afternoon for me. It's just 1 a.m. here. Let me read what Chloe said. She said, I already did, but still the same. I almost do another file, but still the same. Maybe you can share your Discord or something. We can look into it later on. I mean, I'm happy to help. Man, look. So in the create router profile, there is this router part here, right? I can add the context now. And this context was like auth, right? Oh yeah, now probably I understand your point now. Yes. Auth is query client. I don't supposedly think that this is a good idea. Is this what you're trying to do? No, I don't think so, right? But query client also is not an attribute for this. So the context, I'll just, yeah, query client equal query client. That's totally odd. Okay, so we are passing query client, and I'll do it like with the normal C here, just to pass again query client, right? but in my case here it should be like a big one. And this, by the way, it says that it cannot pass the query client in a context. Okay, and then now there is only this context part. I'm not sure what is the problem, but I am thinking that this is not how it's done, but I will follow you anyway. Yeah, so I will follow your suggestion, and let's do it here. All right, and now we need to delete it from here. Oops. And then context will have query client. So now query client will be working correctly. That's very odd if I just do it like that. Now I get your point. Sorry if I made you scream your lungs out. Now this query client will be available 100%. Yeah. But the problem is now for me is that I still if I delete, okay, now I have the user by default, correct. So thank you, Obi. So the thing is that now this user is coming from that login provider, right? But now there is a user anyhow, which means that it needs to throw a redirect, right? Okay, so now this probably if user in my case, or user.user or whatever it's called. For me it's user sadly, so I would call it user data here, and then if user data dot user, and I will just throw a redirect. I think that's what it is, right? Yeah, it's a redirect function, right? Am I correct? Am I not? Let me check the docs in this case. Yeah, you throw a redirect and you just specify where you want to do it. So in my case 2, and this redirect will be to slash, basically. That's it, because I have a user. Why should I the hell go there, right? I don't know, there is something else that I saw in the doc. I'm gonna copy it and tell me guys if this is fine to keep or not. And it's this one here. It says search redirect, whatever. Yeah, so here this one says that does not exist on type, whatever. It does exist, so that's cool. If user equal null, correct, yeah. Or maybe if user is equal null, or if user is just undefined, or if just like this, like we just stop the dilemma, if user data completely. Oh, wait a second, if user exists here. No, this is why I put this one, because honestly I think that user totally exists. So basically now the redirect would be correct, because now I will share my screen. I'll show you why I put that. OE. So now you see here I have my user, so when I refresh, the redirect will be redirected directly to my slash. So I will try now to go to login again, and boom, it doesn't take me to login, it takes me always to the application. So now your check is bad. Yeah, probably, but if user is different than null, maybe, or if if user data, that's it. Why should I care too much? Because it's either user data or null or undefined, right? It's Python. No, this is not Python, by the way. Yeah, cool. So now we are good, right? But we are not totally good. You know what? Why? Because now we need to do the same redirect on the index file, right? Because the index, if you don't have the token, you need then to let me see what I'm gonna do, Obi, and then tell me if this is fine, by the way. Okay, so what I'm gonna do is just go to my root index, or instead of the root index, I'm gonna do to the index file itself, because now I have a redirection part somewhere here it says if current user. You see this one, which is totally wrong, right? I will delete everything because now I don't like it like that. Oops. I'll delete this one, I'll delete this one, delete this one, and I will leave the it was that I did all of this and I regret it now. What the hell is that? Now it's fine. So now my index file like that, but I have also a create file root here, which is, forget about this white noise blob. Probably I will take it later on to kind of like yeah, you can see my screen, sorry for that. Yeah, I will actually take it off later to log in if the user doesn't exist. All right. Some guys are saying, hello, you're using Next.js with, no, I'm using React with Express basically. Sure, I can share with you guys my GitHub profile. I'll share it in the chat, okay? And you can find this this repo that I'm doing right now in there. All right, so this is my profile for GitHub, by the way. Oh, wait a second, I think I cannot do paste some stuff, so I'm gonna just that's my profile. Yeah, so you said read on route groups. Yes, route groups probably is what I need in this case. Okay, I will check it. So route groups of dense stack router, but isn't that using the outlet part and stuff like that, file-based routing? Or yeah, they took that page off. What the hell? And they they took all the pages off. What the hell? Oh, you have a GitHub as well? I will check it. I'll check your GitHub, by the way. So yeah, paste your GitHubs, guys. Maybe I can check you out. Oh, okay. Obi is from Canada. Nice. And you are a TypeScript developer as well. You did a lot of TypeScript. That's totally cool. Nice, man. If you want to see his profile, I think he cannot see my screen, but I will show you. This is Obi, and he does because I got him, he uses React Next.js as well, and he do this works at Rapid River, yeah, and he also have a lot of commits. Look at his profile. Oh my god, he works a lot alone, I think. Cool. Nice. German? I am not German, by the way, but I live in Germany, yes. You can make a PR, but I need to push this stuff here, actually. I need to push it first, because that will be better. Or you can share the file where you are talking about, we're talking about a route via a group routing or something like that. Maybe you can share like a doc or something like that, or maybe an article, and I will try to find it out. Some guy said, okay, I can push wherever. All right, let me do that. So now, first of all, this one here was actually like this, which is totally wrong. You has to be having a navigator. If there's a current user, it takes you to this, otherwise it navigates you to log in. So let me try if this is actually correct what I did first, and then I can push. All right, so this is cool, and then I will take this loading part because I don't really need it. Let me see where I'm getting this loading from. It's a check sanity part. Okay, I can actually get rid of this later on, but let's leave it for now. and all of this can stay the same. And the navigate, I think I don't need it, but I was thinking that I will do actually another routing here. But let me check if this will work perfectly now. I will just leave it like that and I will push. So you can do a PR. Yeah. Yeah, by the way, what I did for the login page I think is not necessary. So here, this search part is not necessary, because if I go now to the login page, yeah, it takes me directly here, which is correct. And then I'll share my GitHub, don't worry about it, I'll share it in a second. So now let me push first. I will push, add in a context router, and it's in the auth login, in the auth login setup, so we can do it together. All right, I'll share with you now. I will share with Obi, actually the guy who was following us right now on TikTok, to actually check this out. So this is his profile, by the way, and this is my profile. I'll show you where is that. So it's white noise and then auth login setup. Yeah, and here you go. And boom. By the way, you might need also an environmental token for the backend though. But yeah, if you don't want to run it, just do the part and push it and I will check it. Cool. Let's answer the chat. There are questions, as we have around 90 people watching. So guys, I actually want to reach out to 10K as soon as possible. So right now we are at 9,700 people, which is amazing. Let's see if we can actually make us reach out more people today, and maybe we just go to the 10K as soon as possible. Can you speak German? I can speak it, but not much actually. I am on the A2 B1 level, kind of. Yeah. The problem is that, yeah, I live in Germany, but it's kind of like when I go to work, people talk to me in English for some reason. What font do you use? I use Nerd Fonts, by the way. It is because I have a lot of like OGG files in it, and that I downloaded basically, and yeah, that's it. Are you in NRW? No, I am in Munich, in South Germany, basically. The USD bounce. Oh, you actually checked the USD bounce. It's handmade. Yeah, it's just the USD bounce is handmade. It's in hooks, I think. Yeah, it's in hooks, and USD bounce. It's here. Yeah, it's React, by the way. Yeah. People need to understand full cycle of tech dev. That's awesome. What is your salary? I mean, that's a good one. Yeah, developers in Munich make around 85 to 100, so that's what I'm making. I'm making a bit more because I have a couple of SaaSes and stuff like that. So yeah, you can make, or you can say around 120 maybe a year. I am building this project on React Express Node, basically this kind of stuff, and that's it. How did you learn React and JavaScript? I'm actually still suck at it at some point, but I'm learning every day, and I'm learning them by doing like certain like applications like these. Yeah, 120k a year. Yeah. Are you using NVim, Chad? No, I'm using actually lazy NVim, which I configured alone with the Tokunite theme. So you can search Tokunite and that's it. No, in here we don't make around 920k USD. No. Non-dollars, it's in dollars probably it's 140, something like that. My native language is Arab. Yeah. How long have you been developing? Specifically in JavaScript, around 6 years to 10. 10, I say 10 usually because I honestly started like 2013 or something like that. but I wasn't serious with it. I learned a lot of PHP and I was doing a lot of Java as well. So I only went JavaScript purely in 2016. So around 8 years, yeah. Yeah, my application that I'm doing right now, I can show it very quickly as we are waiting for some of the chat actually to check. Yeah. So here you go, the application is here. So there you have like focus timer and break timer, and then you can start this. As you see, the timer is starting there, and then you can listen to some voices. If I just make this like that. It's very nice. And then you can actually also have like something else. Maybe lunchtime lounge. And also there is fire, for example, which is a bit bad as a fire. And this is why the whole thing is 300 megabytes, because of these voices that are 20 minutes and stuff like that. I will make them shorter, like 1 minute, and they need to just repeat. Yeah. Oh, a lot of comments. Let me read them. Joke salary compared to the US. Yes, it is a joke salary compared to the US, but we don't need that much actually. Yeah. BMW only paid me 90k euros for their autonomous driving project, 11 years of experience. What? But what kind of thing that you do? Like, what is your stack and so on and so forth? How do you check if your React code is responding as you expect or not? With basically error boundaries and maybe some tests. That's it. That's how you do it. And whenever you actually do a fetch, just wrap it with a try catch or something. Could you make an app? I'm making one. Where are you actually from? I am originally from Tunisia. Originally from Tunis, the capital of Tunisia. It's North African country, if you know of it. It's a really amazing country. And yeah, that's it. My backend. My backend actually is Prisma. This is the routes controller config, and these are my controllers, and I do routes for Express stuff, and this is basically my server. It's a very small server, kind of. Yeah. What routes should require authentication? It's it's the login route or the get profile route. Actually, you can find it in the context auth OB. It's just there, like for the get profile route. So here, you mean like what routes? It's just everything except the login and register. Everything requires. Yeah, I got your point now. Yeah, so everything here should require login, but the register and the login. Actually, the login is similar to the register. Actually, should be. So now register doesn't have the throwaway, right? Yeah, I used to do it alone, but now Obi wants to take a PR, so let's accept from him. We are doing it with the chat, right? I'm building it alone since 1 month, but with the chat they help me. Okay, some guy here said, any solution? I know a lot in theory, but I am often stuck in practice while coding. You need to code more and forget about theory. Honestly, that's it. Yeah. Some guy came here and said debouncing. Oh my gosh. Is that a debouncing program to like make debouncing on a button? Yes, that was it. Yeah, you don't. That's it. Nothing more to that. Yeah. How did you learn to code project-based learning? With just coding. I mean, I don't understand, guys, why you are actually afraid of coding. Just go with it. Don't worry. Like, don't put like a note saying, hey, I'm an imposter, basically I don't know what to do. No, you can just don't know what to do means that you are on the first step of knowing to do something. Just do it. Yeah. Is it bad early to rely on things like Stack Overflow and ChatGPT? Actually, shady coding, I actually explained it yesterday very completely. I said this, so, if you have the possibility to actually go like this, right? This is self-learning, let's say. Okay, let me just share my screen so you actually see what I'm doing. This is self-learning. I'm sorry for my bad writing. And this is AI, right? And you want to learn, become really good at syntax, basically writing stuff. So for example, now when I use in the query client, I know if I'm gonna use a query client, I need to do new query client, and then with each query client I can just do a use fetch as we did it right now, or I can forget about this and use the user query if I am inside the provider, right? So the thing is that this provider is actually should be on top of everything, and that's what we were actually talking about, me and Toby right now. Obi, sorry, I call him Toby. So with AI, probably that's the problem that you're gonna face. You won't know this and this and this, so you'll go to AI and be like, hey AI, can I actually know how to do 10 stack router, and then can I know how to do group routing with you? And he will tell you, hey, do this, do this, do this. So let's say he gives you like a list, you copy it, it works, right? So you copied everything, you took it from here to your application, and it needs to work. So everything checks out and it's working perfectly. Then you go back, you need to go back and check every line that you copied and know what exactly you copied, because then you become better. Otherwise you will never become better. And this is my my kind of like only advice that I share with you, that I want you guys to move forward with in your life. Yeah, just follow that. Follow the fact that if you don't go back and you use AI all the time without reflecting, you will be super bad coder at some point. I use templates. It's fine to use templates. For example, it's fine in the part of self-learning to go to Tailwind AI, or Tailwind CSS has like Tailwind CSS UI part of it, which means that you can find a header that is available for you. But when you get this header, at least when you see flex, when you see grid, when you see call span, when you see all of these, you know what they mean, and you are not actually copying something that you don't know what it is, right? If you are a junior programmer, use AI only when you're stuck. Yes. Right, I am telling this to you because honestly, at this point, you need to understand that. Yeah, use it only when you're stuck. And doesn't mean that you're not Googling. Keep Googling, keep using Google as much as you can, Stack Overflow and so on. But when you're stuck, use AI, and use it heavily. Solve everything with AI. Finish your daily with AI, and go back tomorrow to understand what you did, right? That's it, guys. Don't complicate things. Start doing. And you know why I am doing these live streams? I actually doing them because I want to get in contact with people. So you can go to my profile, you find my Discord, go to my Discord and chat with me. We will build something together. For example, here I see Ra is actually an Arab. She has she written in her bio like مهندسة معلوماتية ومصممة مواقع, which means she's an Arabic girl actually, which means that's cool. I mean, and also here we have Shady Coding. He's a lead data engineer in tech, and he does also career motivation and all of that, which is amazing. Like these kind of profiles help, like even like if you get in contact with them, you just get what they do and maybe build something with them together. Just use DeepSeek, use Claude, use whatever, but as I said, go back and reflect. Nice, you're from Syria. Nice. I'm from Tunisia, yeah, so same but different, right? Same but same but different, you know. Nice to meet you all, guys. Thank you. And yeah, if you never found a guy in TikTok coding, here I am, and I'm trying to reach out to 10K today, but I think it's super hard to do, so hopefully we can do it. All right, I will just tell you one thing, right? This is IT comp science, what we call computer science. It's like comp sci, right? All right, we did the comp sci part. You went to university. Maybe in the university, which is like a small part of all of this, maybe in university you will study math, right? You probably read about some physics, like projectiles and stuff like that. If a ball is thrown by, I don't know, like an traction speed of I don't know 10, and then how much time does it take from t equals 0 to go to t equal 10 or something like that. It's all shit things that you will read on the first year, second year, whatever. But then what we say in Tunisian, we say billu washrab meh, which means like put all of this in water and drink its water, basically something like that, because we really don't need anything like this anymore. The only thing that you need to remember from all of this is that if you do the mod of 10, of, for example, let's say 8, it's equal 1, because there is only 1 8 in 10, right? And if you want to say like so like you do like division, you need to remember the division for sure, and you need to remember subtraction and which one comes first. That's it. Literally, this is what you will have to do in your daily job. I know that there will be like sometimes where you use high charts. For example, high charts is actually a package for charts, right? So you will have here like the x-axis, sorry, I did it wrong, the x-axis, y-axis, probably sometimes the z-axis, right? So you need to know this kind of stuff, because you are going to actually work on x ranges. This is our like data times, where there is from timestamp this to timestamp this, that happened something. So this is kind of like a period of time when you need to work or certain util functions, and therefore if something else happened, you work on another. So this is also very basic math. It's just as if you take like a timetable and you say at this point I will do something, at this point I will do something, right? And it comes usually with dating date packages and stuff like that, like calendars, like date pickers, like something like that. Like you open a date picker here and then you have months. You need to know which month comes first. If you are in America, probably you want to see like the day before the month, or the opposite, or the month before the date. So they do like 0530, which means May 30, and in Europe they say 3005, which means 30 of May. So these kind of stuff differentiate. So this is not math actually. So pure math is not essential, you don't need it, and it's not really necessary at all. All right, so we have a pull request from our friend here. Let's check it. Is it in pull request? Should be, right? Tweaks. Nice. So Obi here did some tweaks. Let's check them all. File changed. He changed 11 files. So he went to our, let's check them file by file, right? So the get profile part here from the API.user, did you delete that for some reason? And he used @lib react query. Auth context. He changed basically the auth context of what it returns, and he changed also the query options. Okay, so he did some React query options that we can use, and basically they are here. So they took kind of like the options that I'm gonna use for that query and put them into like a separate function, which is awesome. And then he prepared this. Okay, so this is automatic. The service route, service import update, this is all automatic, I think, because it comes in the gen.ts, right? Yeah. For some reason it became super long. And this is the root. Okay, so now he went to my root.tsx and added some create root with context. That's what I was actually looking at when it comes to the docs. And then he added this is authenticated route. This is, by the way, you follow what is in the docs basically. Okay, cool. And this is the about, so it should be an is authenticated route. This is authenticated route, so everything is authenticated but the registry and stuff. Okay, perfect. Thanks, Obi. That's perfect. Let's review the changes. Approve. Say thanks, Obi. Shout out to our OG Obi from Canada. All right, submit. All right, so this should have no problems, no conflicts. So let's merge pull request. And oh, wait a second, did you do merge to main? All right, 1 second. Okay, so he did another. Yeah, he did. Okay, cool. Let's see, close pull request right now, merge pull request, confirm merge, and tweaks has been done, and it's now in auth login setup. Nice. All right, cool. Check the login file. All right, let's pull them all in the application and check them one by one. All right. So in this case, we have the auth login part here. We need to pull it with the changes from Obi, and then we go to our router again and check if there are the changes. So this is what he added. Let me just make it as what kind of what kind of config are you using for linting, man? That's so odd. Look at the difference, like from the spaces that we have. Nice. Okay, so this one correct. Okay, that one as we said, but let's go to the login part. And he changed this to async context and search, and he kept the search to be a redirect of slash or okay. So if we have a redirect defined, then we will go to it, otherwise we won't go to anywhere but the slash. That's cool. And here the context query fetch client and query opts of user data, and he put this query opts in a lib folder, and he added query options here. This is so you can call query options in one place, do not have to repeat yourself to forgot to update shared options. That's correct. Thanks a lot. I will just update my stuff there. And yeah, perfect. So this works well. Let's try it out in the app directly now and see how it works. By the way, I have like a function here that I need to delete. This is not necessary for now. All right, let's actually do npm run dev again. All right, now we go back to the application and let's see how it works. Basically now, if I just refresh this and fetch query problem, I think why is this happening? Let me see on the bottom. Let me just refresh. This happened to us actually. The auth, the query client here is wrong. Yeah, it should be query client with a small c, right? Because that's what I have in the route gen, or is it not correct? In the route gen file, route tree gem file, not here, actually in my main.tsx I called it query client, so that there was a problem with that. Okay, so which file is this? This is the is authenticated part. And probably this one should be client. Yeah, correct. So I fixed it. Nice. no problem. So let's see now what is the problem that we need to fix on. You want to change the main TSX instead, you said? Alright, so if I go to main.tsx and make this query client with a big C, right? That's better, right? That's what you mean? And then go back here and just leave it as is and check. Should work, yeah. Okay. Not bad, right? So let's log out. Let's log out. Alright, so there is a problem. There is some problem actually. What's up, man? What's up? Yeah, no problem, man. Let's check why this doesn't actually go to the correct route when I log out. So the logout function should go to the post. Oh, okay, so look at this. There's a problem with my logout. It says that the API of logout of post is unauthorized. Does it because I'm actually not logged in at all for some reason. So let me log in first. But for some reason it keeps rerouting me back here. Let me just lose everything, empty cache. Yeah, probably the invalidation part. Check the logout function. Yeah, the logout function in my API is just a simple thing that I have here. So it actually takes the token away and then it just checks await API logout header and then await the JSON. It gets the item and then take you to login basically. Right. That's mine. I will share it with you so you know. Yeah, that's my logout function. Alright, a lot of people in the chat writing now. What font? It's nerd fonts. Can you call the jobs and their names, maybe 3 or so, please? Which jobs? I don't get it. I will read from the bottom. Hi, do you know about hacking? Not really. German? I'm not German. But I live in Munich, yes. Yeah. What's up? Thoughts on GitHub Copilot? It's really nice to use it. I use it sometimes. I used it today actually to write some Zod validation functions, but I don't use it often, which is fine. Yeah. Hey, I see that a lot of you guys are following, so let's check how many are we now. We are at 9,785. Study in Munich? No, I work in Munich actually. I'm 30 years old, by the way. Do you hate semicolons? Yeah, I don't use them at all. I have a prettier file. I'll show you that. Prettier RC file actually it's called. I forgot that my fuzzy finder doesn't find hidden files. So this is my prettier file. It just semicolons to false, right? As simple as that. I don't like them and I don't want to use them. All right, let me check what our friend here did. So query ops, fetch question, property does not exist. That's fine. That's not a big problem. The is auth here is also not a problem. The root is correct here. As you see, he uses semicolon, but when I actually did this, it's not using semicolons anymore. Here as well, I don't need that. Here I don't need that. Okay, but that's fine. Utils. Now I feel like we have something wrong, but I think it's in the roots now. Like, yeah. If I just go back here to my root file, I feel like, yeah, this is create route with context, and my context is query client, and it returns that component directly, which is the outlet part. That's nice. But then, where is my index? You see, there is a problem here. Is it that we took the index away in is authenticated part. Yeah, so we took the index away. Is that actually a healthy thing to do? I'm not sure, I'm just asking, by the way, so don't take my... Alright, so here probably also I need to revalidate. So if I'm not yeah, I think I have a problem in this component. Doesn't this component also need something like the login page? Like something like here. So basically if you're not logged in, then therefore it takes you to the login page in the index.tsx, right? Doesn't that make sense to have it here, or that's not probably the case? Yes, I do have LinkedIn, yes. You can find me there. And I'm using NeoVim, by the way, yes. Yes, I am on the command terminal, basically. No, it's not VS Code. Definitely not VS Code. NeoVim chat, it's lazy nvim, basically. Return await res. Yeah, you can do that, actually. I supposedly you can, right? But wait a second. Yeah, it will wait for the res.json to run first, and then for sure it's the call stack works like that. How is it scroll so fast when you do hold J or K? I actually just configured that. You can configure it yourself, and actually you can do it like this with Control D and Control U, so you go super fast up, super fast down. Yeah, and there is one more, actually. You can do Control F. Like for example, if you are going like this, you can go with F very fast, or you can do U like up, right? And there is also one more I forgot, I think E, where the your cursor will always stay on the same position, right? Like that. But it's up to you. Yeah, E and F, I think. Yeah, nice. What else? Yeah, I think what Obi did is very cool, but at some point now I'm a bit lost about it. But I like this query options thing that he did. This is really amazing. So query options is like a class for shared options, basically. I might use it everywhere I go. That's really amazing. Yeah. The font is called Nerd Fonts, by the way. Yeah. Yeah, you can set it up. You can set, like, you can go to my GitHub and you can find everything. So go to my GitHub. I'll share with you the link. And I actually copied from some other guy, so it's not 100% me, by the way. So your repos, and then I think my new Vim setup. Here you go. And this is my Lua files, and these are all the commands that I use. So basically, maybe they are good for you, like to learn how to change words or delete paragraphs or whatever. Yeah, this is nice. I remember all of this. I stayed like 1 month learning, and then I wrote my own readme file for this whole shit. Yeah. But yeah, it's really helpful. I think it might help someone who's beginner. How do you handle API security? I actually use middlewares, and that's how I handle them for now, at least. Yeah. And the fonts, as I said, is called Nerd Font, right? Boomer, I don't actually understand your question here. Nerd fonts, yeah. Nerd font, basically. It's very popular, yeah. What terminal? I use Fish terminal. PowerShell, basically with WSL in it, and then I use Fish config. Yeah, that's it. Does that answer your questions? Let's see how many followers we still have. We are 9,800. You know, we can do it today. We can do it. We can reach out to 10,000 people. That would be epic though. But let's see. If you are actually new here, please follow. That will make my day. Yeah. How long have you been programming in JS? Yeah, for long now. It's around 6 to up, right? The codes in the screen are actually my application that I built with the chat. So right now we are doing the routing part of it, and it's taken too much long because we are stuck at some stuff to do. Yeah. I'm originally from Tunisia, the North of Africa part, and I live in Germany. Okay, let me check which specific nerd font that I actually use. I might actually check it in here itself, in PowerShell itself, because I have it in Ubuntu here, and then it is in appearance. JetBrains mono nerd font. I will copy it, and then I will go back here. Cool. So this is exactly what I'm gonna paste right now. Sorry, I forgot exactly to mention the JetBrains mono, man. And you kept asking, and I kept saying the same thing. That's kind of crazy, right? All right, so as we did this part then for routing, I think I will leave it as is. For now, I know that it has like some problems to it, but honestly, I don't have really the brains right now to fix this. But I will go one by one and check how these routes are done with the auth authenticated part. So what we did exactly in this case, I'll just explain to you, kind of like with the Excalibur kind of. All right. So what we did, we used to have like Firebase, right? And Firebase used to had also its own Google sign-in stuff, like Google stuff, right? But I wanted, why it's like that? Let me just Z on that. It has like some databases to it as well, but what I said to myself is like, why should I do this? Let me just go to Tmux and actually install the Brew Postgres service, and I use Postgres QL 14. So you will see me also doing this like PLSQL, I think, PSQL, yeah. So PSQL now I have Fish and PS, and let me just, that's PS only, PSQL, I think, PSQL, yeah, this is how it is. Yeah, it's called White Noise, that's what I built, but I thought that I have another one. Yeah, this one, which puts you directly into the White Noise database that I built for this, all right? And that exactly is very helpful, because now if I go like /d for databases, it will show me, let me just show you behind me, it will show me all the queried kind of tables that I need, all right? So then we went for PostgreSQL, basically Postgres, right? And we decided actually to not do anything with Firebase, so we deleted this part completely, and we created like an Express backend for this, right? So the backend is using Express node, and then we used Prisma. So if you see actually here, if I just go up, and then I will show you my Prisma kind of migration here part. Actually, this is called the Prisma schema, right? And this Prisma schema has like Passport.js to communicate with its controllers, and these are my controllers for registering and stuff like that, right? So then that we built this, I was like, okay, now we are building something. I'd rather go Next.js at this point, because we built a lot of stuff actually. Yeah. So the thing is, it's kind of perfect, and and we started to build this Postgres compatibility, and here we are in the way that we are now linking a React application with using Vite for sure, with all of this backend stuff, right? Cool. Some guy said, I scrolled your live 8 or 9 times and you're always coding. Love to see it. Thanks, man. I mean, I try to code every day, so if you are here for the first time, please make sure to follow. I will be really happy for that. And we are actually having really good followers these late times, so it's gonna be awesome if we just reach out to 10k followers today, because I'm trying, that's my goal kind of, right? Don't forget to drink enough. That's actually a really good thing, because actually I didn't drink much water today. So I have the bottle here, but I didn't drink much. Some people say that they actually stay in the live stream because they feel like it's chill, and that's correct. I feel like we are just chilling and building stuff together, which is amazing. All right, now let's test out the whole thing. I will just exit this one, and I will just npm run dev again. Let's see how it goes. Yeah, so I think now the application is still working, but as it doesn't have kind of like I think in the memory part of it, it doesn't have that local storage anymore for the token. Yeah, so now it needs actually to re-navigate the user to the login page. Let me just do that. Okay, there's something wrong about it. Maybe because the user actually is being returned. Let me just refresh here. Yeah, the profile application now is not getting anything. So we have something in root, right? This is like that, and this is login. So we are saying here, if we have user data, then throw this to slash, but else stay, right? So that's not something big of a deal. I'm thinking that I will kind of do the same for my index file, but I'm at this point I don't know what I'm doing with my code anymore, because this got very, very, very big to the point that I actually feel like I'm going berserk with it. I started learning front-end recently, and everything that interests me is coding. That's amazing. Yeah, anyone get onto info on PostgreSQL? I see people talking about it, but what advantage does it have? Yeah, PostgreSQL for me is just super light, and if you use an ORM with it, like Prisma or Drizzle, it makes it even easier. Look at me how I do actually access it. So if I go up, and then I would show you some of the controllers here for to create user. I just do this one. So await Prisma, find unique. So here to find a user. Otherwise, to register one, I use like this. So hey, I want to create a user using this and that. Yeah. You sound like you're who? Who's that? Who is that? Boris or Boricua or whatever it is. So use an ORM, by the way. ORM is it is what is called an object relational management for your database. Object relation management, yeah, or object relational manager for your database. Puerto Rican. I'm not Puerto Rican. I'm actually from Africa, from a country called Tunisia or Tunis in Arabic, and my first language is Arabic, by the way. So I'm Arab, but I speak English because I work with English people mostly, and we talk a lot in English. But I live in Germany as well, and I speak French and Russian, and what else? French, Russian, Arabic, English, German, around 4 or 5 languages. But yeah, it's not that I am really good at all of them, but yeah, I'm good at some of them. Which one you prefer, Prisma or Sequelize? I think I prefer Prisma better, just for compatibility, and it also has this, it is supported by this T3 stack thingy, where people are actually talking about it too much these days. Yeah, Maria said that she's Puerto Rican and my accent is very similar. I mean, yeah, we all love spices and love to drink, I think. So it's kind of the same vibe. How do you cope with the even changing technology and software development? Paul asked. Honestly, I don't care much about what changes and what not. I told this so much times, and I will actually try to kind of like share with you my view on this, right? This is something that I was actually worried about when I saw, like when I started coding. All right, so I was born in 1994. All right, let me just actually record this as a video so I can actually post it later so people can see it, because honestly this is gonna be a really nice story, so stay here and listen to this story so I tell you exactly how it went. All right, cool. So I was born actually in 1994, and I was actually impressed by coding since day one, literally. I remember by 1996 I got, even though that computers is not good or PlayStations are not good for children, I was a little baby, and parents said, okay, you know what, let's get this guy PlayStation, right? So I was really happy with the PlayStation 1. I used to play like Pepsi Man and these kind of games and stuff like that. But at the same time, I remember my uncle, who's like 20 years bigger than me at that time, he said like, hey, he's going to France, and France at that time was a big of a deal in the industry. They used a lot of PHP, right? A lot of PHP. And this is maybe around the 2000, right? So in the year 2000, my uncle went there. Right now, he's one of the biggest CTOs. Actually, I think he's a CTO of BNB Bank or something like that, like some bank in Paris. And he told me, I was like 6 years old at this point, right? But I was actually interested a lot in computers. I was like, yeah, computers are the next big thing. I probably want to do this for a living, and I want to become really good at it, right? And I was literally 7 or 6 at that time. I don't remember much, but I think it was that I liked video game, and I thought that I can build video games. Imagine this is my uncle, and this is me, like a small person. He said to me this, like, you know, this kind of advice that he tells you, like, look, he told me, PHP is dying. Please pick another language, because at some point you will have to actually go with a language that stays for as long as possible, right? At this point, I remember asking him even in 2010, right? In 2010, that was peak jQuery and PHP, right? And again, I was like in high school, I will graduate after 3 years. I asked him the same question. What should I do and what should I choose? And he said, you know what? jQuery is dying. So now we are talking about jQuery and PHP and stuff like that, right? Still talking about PHP all this time. And he told me, you know what? Don't do this. Go for JS, right? And why JS at that time? Because if I think about JS is the only language that if you go to backend, you will still can do JS with TypeScript basically at your work. And if you go also frontend, you will be purely doing JS if you use React or Svelte or these kind of stuff, right? There is XML, there is JSX, stuff like that, but you're still on the environment of kind of JSX and JS, right? So I keep asking my uncle all this time, like, what is the best kind of, like, I graduated from my master's school in 2019, and I'm talking literally here like I'm 24 or something like that. So basically, and I asked him the same question. He was like, you know what, PHP is dying. So everybody is talking about PHP is dying, but how many days and how many years he told me that and actually didn't happen makes me think about this question that people ask every time. Does AI take your job? AI will be just a spot in your career that you probably will merge through it, like into another interest. So you can build your own AI, or you use an LLM in your computer, or use your chatbot or something like that to become smarter. But then you will go back to the main thing, the universe, right, where you actually do the same thing, and you will be able actually to code using your original language, which is for me GS, right? So don't panic. Don't make it a really a big thing. Everything will be hype. Everybody will tell you something about JavaScript or about PHP and tell you that it's the shittiest language ever, but it's wrong. Don't follow anybody. Follow your guts. Literally follow your guts, and know what you're doing with yourself as a programmer, because that's what defines where you go in the future. It's just your willingness to become an expert at something, one thing, not everything. And that's it. I hope this helps, because honestly, I get these questions all the time. What is best language? What is blah, blah, blah. There is a website called State of GS. Yeah, I showed it a million times. And now the graph will show up here. And as you see, React is just 82% used in the whole world. So why should you actually go with anything else? If you just rank this up, right, you will find things like this: React first, Vue second, Angular third. If you look at this graph, Angular since 2016 was second, right? And then boom, it actually dropped. Then if you go by awareness, you find out that Angular actually still have the most awareness, which is good, which means that it's dropping, probably will come back later. But the interest is actually into Svelte. So if I'm actually thinking right now about what I want to do, it's gonna be like, okay, I'm a GS developer with awareness, or with maybe what they called here interest, with interest into Svelte, right? And general knowledge, let's say GQ, which for general knowledge, into Angular. And this will keep me alive, right? Whatever, nothing will replace me. Like literally, if I know this, that, this and this and this, nothing will replace. No AI, no shit, right? The name of the site that I just showed here, it's called the State of GS. So 2024 State of GS. So this is every year they make like a quote. I actually pasted it in the chat. I will pin it on top. Yeah. How do you record this? I record this stuff. Sometimes I record some videos from my live stream and I put them into my channel, and I use that with Live Studio Code. Oh, sorry, I said live. Oh my gosh, with Live Studio, TikTok Live Studio. Yeah. No, not gonna replace AI. If it's gonna replace, it's gonna replace itself, because it's gonna just each time it will get into into new stuff. And look at this, what happened here actually. HTMX got dropped super bad, and then Alpine and Vue. You know, when HTMX came up in 2023, everybody said HTMX is the new JavaScript into HTML. It's the perfect thing ever. Now you can do React or Python into HTML and stuff like that. Look at the flop that it took. Like, that's people ran. Let me check HTMX. Actually, I don't even remember the syntax. So look at this. So you have a very weird kind of website for them. Let's go to the docs. Yeah, let's do validation, for example. So you basically write HTML, and on top of it you write whatever logic you want to have. Super weird, man. I don't like this. Honestly, I don't like it at all. Alright, let me read more of your questions and try to answer as well. Live Studio Code, yeah. Nice. How important is the activity on GitHub when it comes to security as a junior developer, or secure in junior job? It is not that necessary, but it's also necessary to show some activity. Like for me, I'm already a senior dev and I don't have much activity on it. I will show you my profile. Yeah, lately, because I do a lot of let's say live stream, because I push everyday stuff. So I have this kind of now, right, these few days, but usually I don't write anything. Maybe every year you will find me kind of like writing few codes here and there and everywhere, but not much actually. But this is cool, like to put like some applications. You have this GitHub repo checker. This is like me trying to make GraphQL fast. So I can search as many, say Alex, it just searches in real time and that's it. It's a GraphQL thingy. If I just do Theo, I think TOGG would be the first one. No, actually. Or T3, what does he call himself? TOGG, T3.gg, this is the guy. Yeah. That's cool. I mean, this is amazing, but still not like very big of a deal. Yeah, it's just applications that you do once and try to kind of like share with the world. I have a currency converter. I even forgot about this one. This one is local actually. I don't have it. Yeah, it's just Dockerized container with nginx. That explains how you can actually query the API and get some currency and change them into front end. That's it. Yeah, nothing important, honestly. Yeah, that's it. I mean, you can do it my style or you can do it yours. It's up to you at this point. I'm learning C++ right now and definitely been a challenge. Yeah, and C++ is one of the OOP languages, which is the Oriented Object Programming languages. And honestly, yeah, it's hard. It's hard, especially if you go into templating, into like typing, hard typing, this kind of stuff, and you won't understand a lot. You will start writing actually terminal programs and stuff like that. Maybe go for web development or Python in the beginning. That may be easier. And that's it. Yeah, and start from there. This guy said, what is Prisma? I use MySQL for my logins, but Prisma said yes to me as I saw it now. What do you mean said yes? Did you propose to Prisma or whatever? It's my first language besides trying Python, but I want to be game dev. Okay, then go C#, C++, C#. All right, cool. I mean, now I understand. Are you good at drawing? Because honestly, I can show you how you can draw. I will draw for you something, guys. This is a bird. This is the sun. And this is the clouds. That's what I can do. I actually, you remember when I was 6, I do like another line. So these are the legs of the birds. That's what I do. And then I always do the same thing. Like, and there is a road. That doesn't look like a road in any shape. And I do a house like this. And I always was interested in shapes. So I draw cubes very well. And I do this. Something like that to prove, and I just go like this, and that's it. That's all I do. Yeah. And that's how I draw. Nice. I mean, yeah, it's been a while since I drew anything. I mean, it was one of my passions actually to do it like that, but right now I just don't do it anymore. The thing is that I think that when I was this is a very funny story that I had in school actually. I was in a drawing class just because I had bad grades in math or something like that. So you have some bad grades in certain subject. So they tell you, okay, if you take singing or if you take like acting as a class, you can maybe do an act at the end of the year, and they will give you bonuses for that. So my teacher was like, maybe you are bad at acting, bad at singing, bad at everything, just go and do drawing, right? So I was like, okay, I will go. I have no problem with that. I went there and we had like this water drawing. I don't know what it's called. We call it the gouache in French, which means that you take like pencil, but not a pencil, like a painting thingy, and you paint on a canvas, big one actually. And everybody like kept going into details, trying to actually bring someone they know from the streets or something like that, and they put them like on a chair and tried to do pixel perfect like paintings and stuff like that. And for me, I was like taking like the pencet, and I have like, let's say this iPad is where I put my gouache, and I'd be like holding it like this, and I just take blue and boom, I throw it in the canvas. And I kept doing that, and I had like some ideas about RGB colors, the magenta, what we call magenta, cyan, and red, which has the RGB colors where you mix them up progressively so they create some kind of cool colors, right? But I wasn't into it. So I remember by the end of the year, my drawings were the best because they thought that they mean something, and they meant nothing. What is this? It's just what I feel. And I went like berserk with it. It's like, I feel that, I don't know, this was where I wasn't like not understanding myself, and in this period of my life where things went south and stuff like that. And my teacher was like, oh my gosh, this now makes sense and stuff like that. And and everybody kept like saying, wow, man. And I got full points. And the moment that I got full points, I just told them, yeah, I will come back. This is now a passion. I will be here in summer school or so. And then they never saw my face again, which was really funny because I never cared. I will never care also about drawing anymore, because honestly, that was one of the worst days of my life. I just did whatever to get a grade. Yeah, anyhow. What font do you use? I use JetBrains Mono. It's called exactly JetBrains Mono Nerd font. Yeah, exactly like that. Cool. Is this TypeScript? Yes. By the way, I'm not coding anymore now. I'm talking, but yes, this is TypeScript, and we are stuck at some point. So tomorrow I will try to actually fix out this and maybe make some videos about how we fixed out this to be working. And I will try to kind of like prepare everything for you guys so I can actually make the route work perfectly. As I said, I don't think that this route for what I did here, when I actually queried the auth somewhere, it should be. I have the sanity check. I should probably pass the query client also here in the route, but what we did with my friend actually is that this is the authentication part, which is that we use for our outlet, which means that if the layout component, and then you have this query client and the user is not equal to null, then therefore you go to the login page. But yeah, actually called user data here. Let me just show you what is that. Yeah, so this is user data that comes up with these query options. Yeah, probably this is not working, but let me just console log a user in this point to see what it returns, right? Throw redirect. Yes, throw redirect is a 10 stack thingy, a 10 stack router thing. Yeah. Where do you get your tech news from? I wonder where to find whenever. There is dev.to or to or something like that. They have like an extension for Chrome. You can just use it. Yeah. Thanks. What's your name? rha.tech. I mean, I don't want to call you by ra. What is that? Tell me your name. When do you go live? I actually go live every day. So tomorrow you won't find me because on Friday Germany basically becomes the land of the zombie land. Let's call it like that, because everybody goes out for drinking and stuff like that, but I stay home. So I try to live stream and I have 8 viewers only at that day. And today, as you see, I have 80 to 100 usually. And sometimes less for sure, sometimes 40, 50, but I don't want to get a drink. I actually stopped drinking when I was 21. I hated it. I didn't want to do it anymore, and I'm going back to the gym lately, and I'm working out, and yeah, I will go sometimes for drives or something like that. I recently bought like a really good car, like the BMW M3. It's really amazing. I just take the car and go sometimes to work, and whenever I just do do something like want to think about doing something good, I just go for a drive, which is really awesome. Yeah, go for an energy drink, he said. And then I don't drink energy drinks. I stopped even drinking colas like lately, because I feel like literally bad when I drink them. So drink your water, make yourself healthier. This is you know me where I'm from if you see this, for sure. Yeah, by the way, Volvic or Volvitz is a French company. It's not German, but it's very famous in Germany. Especially if you go to Lidl, you'll find it all the time. The car, how much was it? The car was around 45k. Yeah, it's dev.to, the website. Yeah, the M3 is really a nice one. Honestly, it's really epic car. I really love it. I have it on the Alpine Vice 3, they call it, which is the Alpine White 3 color, one of the rarest colors ever for BMW. If you paint it, you're gonna pay much, but I didn't pay much because I actually bought it, look, what we call gebraucht here, which means actually it's rebought. Some company bought it and they used it for like 10,000 kilometers and then they sold it back to BMW. And I went there and I got it. So the original price was 62,000, I think, and then they reduced it to 45. Yeah. Cool. I am building actually an app for white noises here, and right now I'm trying actually to find out where things went south, because honestly my redirections are not working as intended, because the get profile part is not working correctly. It's throwing an error. So I'm getting actually unauthorized. So if user equal null, or actually I have an idea here. I can destructure const message. Okay, you know what? Else, wait a second. If there is no user, if user equal null, or if user object.entries of keys, that would be better. If object.entries of user includes not entries, actually, of object.keys. I will explain you why I'm doing this. Includes message, because there will be the error message will be there, and then you will get redirected, kind of. So I will actually still console log user, or maybe console log object of keys of user, just to see what that returns. Yeah, let's refresh this. Message and it keeps returning message. It should be okay. We have we have a problem, guys. The call stack of the, oh no, Chrome actually got berserked. Okay, so yeah, correct. So this should work actually, but to an extent it's not working correctly. So here I'll just rerun the whole app. It blocked my stack because it kept re-rendering. So now I'm gonna try again to see if this will work. Come on. Yeah, it's working, but it's keeping... That's bad. Yeah, alright. Thanks, mate. Better Spring Boot. Not really, man. Not for me. Yeah, the recovery cars from that customer. Not really. I think the companies sometimes they use the cars, and there's someone actually is a menace, and they think that that person needs not to actually use that car anymore. All right, so I have an idea. I actually use return the message from the query. So I'm gonna actually wait for user and message, because I know these two things that I can find in my user. So if message, then I will just go with the redirection and see if that actually also works, because honestly now it's just me trying, and I don't have any other way to do this, because just I need to keep trying. So redirection is working, but it's stuck also. So why is keeping stuck? Why does it actually stuck here? So if user and user, and I would say like this, object dot, I'll do it again, object of entries or object of keys, object dot keys of user includes user. Then yeah, or of opposite of both, kinda. Then please redirect. Let's try this one. Yeah, okay, let me check. Now it seems like it's working perfectly, but yeah, it's still unauthorized for some reason. Yeah. Are you gonna learn TypeScript? I'm actually doing TypeScript in here, but I'm not doing it too extensive. Some guy said, message me, please message me if you need something, and I will reply. Have an assignment that is impossible. Ah, okay. I'm not doing Python, man. I'm really very bad at Python. Yeah. Why don't you use Cursor? Because I used NeoVim lately, and I actually like it, and I want to stay doing it. I don't know why, but yeah. Felt. Nice. Are you like an L5? What do you mean by L5? And I have an idea for an app. Well, I do also have ideas for an app. Maybe you can share yours and I will share mine. So now I'm trying actually to find out the best way to get this user out of the way, so we can actually redirect correctly. But for some reason when I click the login part, okay, so this is the route for authenticated, right? So if there is no user, or if there is no, okay, if there is no that, let me refresh. It's killing me, man. What is happening? It's not even console logging anything or doing anything at this point. And the redirection is not working as intended. Okay, I will leave it as is, and I will go another way to find what I can do. So here we have another redirect that is from the login page itself. So if you are logged in, and then there is user data, or actually now I will change it. If user data dot, okay, this is the problem, I suppose. So it keeps throwing both redirection into each other. So let's do this object dot entries, or maybe not entries at this point, dot keys again of user includes user. Then yeah, for sure this needs to be surrounded by that. Yeah, now I'm now I am redirecting both apps into each other. Let me just throw this again and try to rerun the application and then see what will happen. So now we have user is not is undefined. Man, why user data? Let's do user. Yeah, okay, let me refresh. Cool. All right, I think, guys, we did it. I think we did it. All right, let me show you. So now we have this login page, which is so bright to my eyes and to your eyes as well, I think. So now we can connect here, and let me just put my John Doe account. And yeah, the navigation part is really bad, so don't worry about that. Let me just check this. So the login actually works. Now the redirect needs to take you to slash, but it's not working. Oh, it's working actually. And the profile is getting there. And now we are going to the slash part, but it's taken too much than intended, honestly. Yeah, wherever. Honestly, at this point, I need to relook into this tomorrow and make sure actually that it works perfectly, right? So what we have here is an async function again that looks into cursor and stuff and throws another redirect if the user has basically user data. Let me console log that user just to make sure. Now it's trying actually to log in into, okay, so there is something wrong still, but let's stop it again and do this, because now also we have the token already there. What font? It's JetBrains Mono nerd font. That's it, exactly. Is user undefined? Not really. Magic Hands said that he's thinking that coding is interesting, but he has zero patience to learn. I think I forced myself to learn, honestly, and at this point I'm trying my best to kind of keep learning and keep doing even these live streams to keep going with all of this, because honestly, it is bad. Things will feel bad when you start, but I heard like some guys said, in order for you to become good at something, you need to make a fool out of yourself. Everybody will look at you as a fool until you be successful, kind of, whenever you do anything. So take a look at it from that perspective, and honestly, you will be fine. I do have passion for coding, but when you have a headache and you don't want to do it, for sure you have always all the dark thoughts to stop, right? But you just need to push, right? Push yourself. Nico came to the chat and said, hey, I came here to give you good vibes of the day. Thank you. It's 3 a.m. by the way here. So I need to sleep soon. Yeah, so here the same guy who actually commented said that he finds it amazing to see everything behind the scenes. That's a really good thing to say it. Like, from that, probably your profile is more like this curious kind of people who wants to know what is behind the scenes. Like, I had my brother once, he threw his toy into, like, I don't know, like he wanted to, like, he threw his toy from the first floor, I think, just to see where's the driver inside the car. And my dad was like super furious about it. He was like, if you do this again, I will never buy you another toy. Ended up buying him another toy. He also did the same. He threw it from the first floor again to see where's the pilot. It was a little plane. And actually that was for me like stupid. Like, I'd be like, okay, this dumbass will become anything but smart. But at the end, he really managed to turn all of this. Whenever he used actually to break these toys, he just wants to see what's inside it. And that curiosity made him actually very good, and he has a business kind of with fixing air conditioners and stuff like that, and his business is doing better than me. So if I make, let's say, 120 a year, he can make $500,000 a year just because he fixes for people, stuff like that. And this all started from this little passion of his that we saw as a problem in the beginning, but it turns out actually it is a passion. He just wants to know what is inside every tool, right? Which for me is actually very cool. I have it also nowadays when I see a baby or stuff and he throws things out of the couch and it is irritating or something, but at the same time you just want to see him do that because probably he's learning about it if you throw something from here, something will happen. Yeah. So yeah, like my brother actually turned like this kind of moment of his life very, very well, and it turned out to be very good for him, right? When coding for a job, there's a checklist that you have as a handshake with your team programmers in the team. So your team will be like this. I will try to kind of like draw it for you guys, because I know that you follow better with drawings. All right. So you come up, and we always have something called backlogs, right? And in our backlogs, things that we want to develop, right? Usually our backlogs set up into like 3 or 4 columns, right? So here it can be that it is ready, right, to be developed. So this is a task, by the way, and this is ready, and then it is basically doing, or to do. Basically, sometimes just to do just means that it's ready by your manager, and then to do, and then doing, and then done, basically, right? But in between here, sometimes some actually teams use the QA part, right? So in order for you to actually move from here to here, you need to actually understand how your team work actually with each other. So you have yourself here, and you have another person here, and you need to kind of like have the what we call the code handshake, right? Which means that even though that you know how to write certain code, even though that I know how to write a button, for example, that submits a form, and that form goes to the backend or whatever like that, to the DB, and that DB is actually validating correctly, and I know how to create a PR, and I know how to actually take it to develop, and I know how to maybe follow it until it just becomes a built image, what we call like a built image to be actually in the application at the end. So you know all this stuff, but the handshake where it happens here between you and your teammate happens at the moment where we are actually discussing the problem. So you discuss here what you want to do when it's ready. So here you will have your own daily. This is where we have the daily. And also we discuss it while we are doing sometimes, if you want to just to discuss it with someone who is more like experienced than you, or you actually can forget about the doing part. This is your part here. Okay, anything green is your part. So basically here is like you thinking and building, right? And then comes to the latest part, which is the done part. And here comes everyone to give their opinion. And this is kind of like the worst part actually, because if you find a lot of comment, right, this handshake will become your worst nightmare, because everybody will be actually as if they diss you, right? That's why programmers are one of the most people that they can hold their manners, kind of like they can keep it calm, right? Why? Because you push something, you think it's the most perfect thing ever, and sometimes even you pass it to 3 AI systems or ChatGPTs, or like you pass it by all, and then some guy comes to your comment and comment this, change this, change that, right? And you need to comply to all of these actually, and to comply correctly, and to not make any problem with anybody, right? And be friendly with everyone, especially on the QA phase. Once it's done, then everybody is good. Everybody's cool. So this is how it is, kind of. And this is also worked at by story points. You can say that 2 story points are equal to 4 hours, kind of. So you have 4 story points per day, sorry. So it is equal to 8 hours, and per week you have 20 story points, which means that you can divide this by, let's say, 4 tasks, right? Each task will take 1 day or so, right? That's it. How often have you ever noticed that your way was better, but because the employer wanted it this way? All right, I will answer actually another question. Coder really needs patience and consistency. That's 100%. But now coming back to your question, it is kind of like if you ask how often did you have this mindset of like I wanna like just jump on top of this guy and just punch him all the time, right? Because sometimes it's just something that you know what that it will come back to you, because you know that type of person is more like a CSS person. So his code comments will be all about CSS. Hey, why this is not overflow, why this is not position absolute, why this is not blah blah blah. And you know the other guy is more about like code cleaning part. So hey, why you're not dry, why blah blah blah. Dry is like don't repeat yourself. But sometimes everybody will be on the same page, right? And then comes the project management part. So the project management part is when a PM that does know nothing about code, and he comes with like certain comments, like, and be like, hey, you know what, you did this graph this way, what if you name it this way instead, and do this on top instead, and do this instead of here, and add another y-axis here, and this y-axis call it 0, this call it 1. So this becomes like actually this becomes like a problem with inputs. So you know that your inputs are wrong. So basically people that actually come here in the beginning of the backlog and actually set up task is a problem, right? Sometimes it's the opposite. It's sometimes the client. So the PM is fine, it's cool, and then the client comes here and be like, hey, I don't like this button, it's orange, please make it yellow or blue. And you say, why do you want to make it blue? He said like, I feel it's better. So you hear this, and you can sometimes say nothing, right? Even like, I feel this is better. Yeah. Why better? I know, I saw it in the other website, the CTA was blue, and he was talking about booking.com, which is a blue website, right? And his website main color is green, for example, right? So then you see this inconsistency. Sometimes you don't have to say anything about it, but you need to comply. This really brings in some insights as someone who is just getting into industry. Yeah, it does, but it depends also. You may have like some people can go into Google directly or something like that, and they won't see like this. Yeah. All right, I'll read Arena's comments. Are there guidelines to what should be changed and what shouldn't? Yes. One of the hardest guidelines is when you have a test phase, especially the end-to-end test. This is kind of like God on top of you. I'm sorry, but that's wrong. Like kind of thing is like when you have your mom looking at your code when you just cook something or something like that, and you forget about the fridge open or something like that. It's just the same, because we have like end-to-end tests, which if you build something and the input is JSON, and then the output supposed to be JSON, but it turned out that you return just a normal object, then therefore this will break, and it will break automatically, and then you will have a code coverage of 80%, and then 20% is falsy because it came back all red, kind of, right? So here you will have to fix it yourself, because these are end-to-end tests, right? Yeah, otherwise there will be a lot of random change requests. Yeah, usually my team, actually, we have end-to-end tests, so it won't be anything about actually about like client requests until we deploy. Yeah, and we deploy 4 times a year, actually 4 times deployment per year. Yeah, so here, which means that every 3 months we will push to main once to main, and develop every day, basically. the environment you will every day push, but every day you will run this E2E component. Yeah. Okay. Is coding international, or is there different ways to code based on language? It is international. It should be usually always English. Can a coder from Africa who only speaks the language there still code things from America? Yeah. But the coding will always be like the word class is English, so yeah. So E2E is end-to-end tests. Oh, okay. Ultra Love It says that he deploys every Tuesday. That's also good. But you deploy to main every Tuesday, that's too much. Yeah, that's it, man. That's it. All right, so we are actually nearly 3 hours live streaming now, so I might need just to go and have some sleep. So tomorrow actually we will be also here. I'm not sure about you guys, if you, maybe it's Friday, I won't actually stream, but maybe I'll take some videos of what we did today and post them. And you also, I will take some time for myself to just fix the errors and I will talk about them later on, like what I fixed and what not, so you guys can follow with me. I'm actually yawning. All right. To production, it is a lot. Yeah, it is a lot for me. I don't know. It's up to you. Maybe your application is like a SaaS or something, so it's kind of different. But for me, it seems a lot. If the company is like big and every Tuesday is like a big thing. Facebook, for example, will send you every 6 months like a new update, right? So let's see how many followers we have. This is actually something that I didn't check all day, so just now to check. I checked in the beginning of the stream, but now, oof, we are close, guys. 9,932. Oh, wow. All right, can you take me to 10,000 before I go to sleep? That would be nice. Oh my gosh, we are close. Maybe you can guys share the live stream or wherever, so we can reach to more people. Nice. Where are you guys from, by the way? I always ask this question. I want to see where everybody is from. I want to know where is our followers, everyone from. All right, I'll try then to just fix out some of the stuff very quickly. So as we said, this log user now is just returning something that we are not familiar with. So I actually might go to my auth context and create an unauthenticated variable. Components fix. Where is it? Components. Here we go. Auth context. Here I'm actually adding the data. I might actually change the data. Yeah, I might change the data actually, or I might go to the API function and see what I actually returned for user. Here is what I returned for the user. I actually have to check it out in the server, so I'll just go on top. This is bad, but I need to do it. Let me just go top, ZT, ZZ, ZF. So here, as you see, the user logout, and there's a check block list, and there is user authenticate. So there's a message part and authorize. You see, if user returned the message of unauthorized. Yeah, maybe because this is returning as 401, that's why it's kinda not returning the correct user, right? Yeah. And here also, if there is a token and stuff, I might just do it in the auth context, and that's it. Let me just go here. If no data, this is really cool. So now I will set up like a constant is authenticated, and this is equal if data dot user then I'll just set true. Actually, it can be just that, and then I just do this, right? And then I pass is authenticated instead of data. This Boolean is not a type to type user. Well, fuck that. I'll just say Boolean in this case. Why should I actually just... And then here it will be false by default, right? Let's try it. This seems cleaner for me, honestly, but I don't know. Let me see your comments, because I need also to see what your guys talking about. By the way, I didn't tell you guys, but I also stream from Twitch and Kick. So now I'm reading where you are from. Some guys from Detroit, nice, and some other guys from Kansas, USA. That's awesome. We have Italy here, that he has the same time as me. That's perfect. We have 8:44. I have 3 a.m. right now, nearly. I'm from New York but resides in Orlando. Oh, so a lot of Americans here. What's that massive project? That's honestly just a white noise project that I'm working on. I enjoy your lives. It's cool to see how other devs think. Nice, man. Thanks a lot. Comments on top? Yeah. Yeah, I read them. And Irina is from Germany. And this... Oh, Buzan Mr. Novsky is here. He's from Alabama. Nice. Where are streamer from, man? I'm streaming from Germany, by the way. Hey, Async. By the way, Mr. Novsky is our developer also for backend. He's really good with JavaScript as well. So he helped me, I think, set up my controllers last time. So we were talking in the chat, but it was like less than now, like 50 now. Like it was like 10 people in the chat, and he was like, do this, do that, like with Obi as well. Nice. Cool. Some guy came here and said, ooh, use Vue. I don't like Vue, man. Glad to help. Thanks, man. All right, so right now we have actually a big problem with this auth thingy, because we set it up the 10-stack router. Actually, we did this part, and now kinda I don't need it anymore like this. If is authenticated is wrong, if is authenticated, because now our query data context will return always. Yeah, the context actually will always return a user, because this is a fetch query. So in our case, we need the auth context. Probably doesn't help at all. Let me just check it to make sure 100%. So this auth provider actually doesn't do a lot of help. Weird. So I will return this. I will return this to what it was right now. It was like user or not null, and this data, and instead it was data and yeah, cool. Because my context, if you think about it, that I have here in my main, actually just use the query client. And if you think about what I did here, that is authenticated part, I need user. Yeah, it's a bit complicated how it's becoming now. Can we write a function that checks if the bearer token has expired because on Unix timestamp? Maybe, but not now, honestly, because now we have another bearer thing to focus on. Hello there. Vue is better than React, unless you're gonna use React Native for mobile. Well, I don't know. In this case, I cannot argue with you. I'm using the auth provider, but now we need to set the auth also on router, because honestly the redirection will work there better. Yeah, that's it. He needs to learn all these keyboard shortcuts. Yeah, you need to. Yeah, Vue or React doesn't matter. Both are really nice and work well in tandem with each other. Okay, so here actually the user, if I console log it, it will always be the message from the user itself, right? So maybe I just need to kind of specify what kind of output that I have here. So for me, I was like, hey, const is authenticated, or basically, yeah, is authenticated equal to user.user, because this can be called user data in this case, because it's come from there, and then user data.user. And then I will come before this and I will do that, and then actually check on is authenticated. So if not authenticated, basically I will just say, yeah, I will just say please take him to log in. And the same thing with the root. Root I don't need it for some reason, but same thing with login, right? So what I did here probably is wrong. So I will do the same approach. Const is authenticated, and it's dependent on okay, I will call it also here user data. It's called user data dot user, because I know that if there is user, then therefore I have my data corrected and he's authenticated, and I will take this part because I honestly don't need it. He's authenticated, and then I don't have to do that. And this is the redirect. Honestly, I don't like this search redirect thingy. I probably don't need it, but let's leave it for now, just to see. When you negate it twice, if it's true, if it's not true because there is authenticated, well, the user is an object. Data user.user is an object. So if I negate it twice, it will turn true. If I negate it once, it will turn false. Right. So if there is no user there, you negate it twice, it will become false. Yeah. If it's a message, for example, or wait a second, if there is a user and I will negate it twice, it will become true. But if there is nothing, and I negate it twice, also it will become false. That's fine. Yeah, cool. Let's try this. Yeah, it sounds like it's gonna work, but maybe. Okay, now we are in the application. But let me actually keep the chat on the side so I can see you. Fixes falsy values. Yeah, I logged out, I went here, but the thing is, now if I log in, or if I go now to my page, it redirects. So this is perfect. So it's redirecting me to, if I want to actually skip the route, it redirects me. And now if I go John and I redirect, now it's the problem. It fails to load the server because the login works, but the redirection now is not working. So it says redirect to this, but all right. So the redirection is not working. Perfect. Okay. So you see there, get profile is returning 401. Yeah, for some reason. So the login part, when you log in and you submit the form, if you submit the form, it needs to redirect you to here. Maybe maybe I will just do current or location, or how can I say that, window dot location dot href equal to slash. Maybe I will do the redirection here. I don't care about where to redirect my user at this point, just on the login form itself. And here I have a query client that I don't need, and I also don't need the use navigate. If I'm gonna use 1 second, then I'll just do it like that. Yeah, this use navigate doesn't work. Is throw redirected and stack router thing? Yes, it is. It is 100%. Yeah, Mr. Novsky said that he was helping last time, but he doesn't know what is the app. This is the app, by the way. Okay, now I logged out. Now I will log in. And now log in and I will be redirected. But then something happened because the profile is saying unauthorized. And then it does say unauthorized for some reason. Oh, where is my token? Alright, wait a second. So if I just do this and I do login, there should be a token here, but it's returning unauthorized for the profile. The login is cancelled for some reason. Needs to await that. Alright. Yeah, the login is cancelled. Cancelled by the redirection. What are you programming? So what is the project? The project, as you see right now, it's just an application that I am doing. It's done stack router. I think here what is happening is that the window, the window location of href here is just breaking the whole thing. So let me just redirect this and see if I can see the token there. So now the get profile is 401. That's perfect because I don't have a profile yet, so that's always 401. That's perfect. That's normal because I am unauthorized. And then I will do login, and then this works. I have a token, but the redirection doesn't work, right? I need the redirection to work. So the get profile, I call it just to check on the, I had this main.tsx. Okay, follow with me. I have a create router, right? And this create router has a context. This context is actually the query client itself. Okay, so when you say that the context is the query client itself, means that I'm gonna use this auth provider or get profile function, right? Not the auth provider itself. The auth provider, actually this auth context, probably I will get rid of it completely because I honestly thinking about it right now, I don't need it at all, because now my context is the query client itself. Okay, now if you go here and check how this is like how is this done, I have a login form, but before the login form I have now these, one second, these routes, right, that you see. Let me just see this. These are routes basically. I have the authenticated route, which is the protected routes, and I have then the route one, which means that we are actually creating a route with context. And then we have how to authenticate. So basically we need only to be authenticated to be able to pass to the slash here. So here user data from the login form needs to be, needs to be redirected to slash only if there is a user. And funny enough, I call fetch a query with the get profile, which is this one with the get profile, to only when I need it, right? Then get profile does get the token and post to API and says, hey, await JSON, and this JSON will be either unauthorized or authorized, or not, either unauthorized or it returns the user itself, right? Okay, sorry about that. Yeah, right now it's trying to redirect but the redirect is not working properly. Okay, I will stop the application and see what is happening. Now I have a token, which means that if I go to the login page, it needs to take me to the slash part. Maybe that search function is the problem. Let me check. Maybe the search redirect is the problem. Maybe it should be like that. Let me just try a new page. Now it's kind of taking me, but if I log out and then log in again, it does not refresh. I get the token, but I don't go to the other page, which is odd for me, honestly. Yeah. Coding with Compassion said, this looks really good, let's call it a day. That's what I was actually about to do, but I'm waiting. Maybe we reach out to 10k followers. That's what I'm trying to say, to stay for, because we are only 40 people away, which is kind of odd if I just leave right now, right? Yeah, the throw redirect is a bit odd. I also agree with you with this. Okay. Yeah, I think I will just call it a day for today. Yeah, it's even, I think it's trying to, but when it calls this, it just finds 401 at this point. Let me check the login form. Okay, let me return this because this is probably doesn't have no harm in it. Or maybe I need to console log that I'm here. Console log redirection happening to just see that it actually is going there. Maybe it's not even going there, right? That can be an option also. So now if I log out and just log in again, I will tell you guys if I see that. I don't see it in the chat. Okay, in the console that I am unlogged or locked at all, or that I'm actually redirecting. So that is probably the problem here, is that it's not refreshing the whole thing. The login form is not, the login works perfectly and the token is there, but it's not passing. And also user.ts returns await the fetch. It says that it's 401 still. That's a tough one. So let me just do this one more time then. So I will just go to the login form and get rid of anything that is navigation part. So maybe I will just leave this here and use the use navigate part again. I saw that actually the use navigate from uses the 2 as well, and it goes to slash, right? Sorry, navigate in this case, not use navigate. This is how you should call it, but I called it on submit basically. And actually probably I need to call it on success of this mutation, right? Because there is an on success function. That's what I was thinking, and not here. Then the navigation will work perfectly. Is there here anything that says current user? Let me also search about that auth provider, because use auth. Okay, I used the use auth somewhere. So here use auth is here in the header. Use auth in the context. Oh, where the hell? Why I have a lot of use auth? I have hooks auth and I have auth context auth. Alright, so this is me trying something yesterday, but I think this needs also to be deleted. Yeah, this hook, delete this. I don't need it, because I'm now using another context kind of. Yeah. Where else? Let me search for use auth again to see where I'm using it. This is inside auth context and header. Yeah, in header, let's delete it. And make user also deleted, and delete that. And probably also delete this. And then we will create like a query function that we call whenever we need to get that. Okay. And this span deleted as well, so I don't need it for now. Okay, so now I will clear this. npm run dev. Okay, now I'm using the use navigate part, so let's see what happens. Complexity is reducing. True, yeah. Are you interested in a project? Yeah, maybe if there is a good project you can share with me, please let me know. Yeah, now the redirect seems to be trying to happen, but there is an error in it. Yeah, you see, it's just the login is working 100%, but the refresh doesn't work. Cool, let's call it a day. That's it. I won't actually add anything here. Let me actually see what I did change. If you asked where am I from, yeah, I am from actually Germany, but originally from Tunisia. So here I will discard all the changes on the hook. I will leave it. I will discard all the changes for the header as well. I will leave it. The login form seems to be a bit over the top what we did here, but what was the user query client that are used for? That's fine. We will leave that. And then the auth context. This one, fuzzy find, we will leave it. React query, we will leave it. This one we will leave it. Everything else seems to be normal to stay. All right. Working on auth router still. All right. Then we will try actually to fix this tomorrow and make it actually look better. Yeah. In this case, we are on the good path, but it's probably a really bad path for now. Anyhow. We'll go step by step and see what the ChatGPT and docs say about this, and let's try it out tomorrow again. Some girl said that she just here because she loves the type and sound, and my voice is very nice, calming. That's correct. A lot of people actually said that before you, and I'm honestly sometimes saying to myself why people actually are here watching in the first place. And I find it out actually very weird that some people are just here to watch some guy code and do something that they don't understand, or I even don't sometimes understand their questions, or what are they about and all. And my chat is actually split into two right now: people who wants to solve these problems and people who want kind of to just talk about random stuff, which is also cool. For me, both ways works. Yeah, what matters that I have people in the chat that I talk to. That's it. For you to actually get resources here, some guy asked, the cool guy, his surname is, that's really nice. Go to roadmap.sh, go there, roadmap.sh, find all the things that you need. Probably, or DM me if you don't know it. I will probably share with you some stuff. And thanks, Serena, for your input. You said that I tell things with an understandable way, and that's honestly me trying my best, kind of. All right, so yeah, which chat tries to solve the problem? I said maybe tomorrow I'll just do ChatGPT. I think here we have Coding with Compassion is really happier than me now that I'm actually gonna wrap up this and close and go to sleep. Some guy said use Replit agent on both the manual. All right, let me just read the. Yeah, some guy actually is asking me where am I from in Germany. I'm from Munich, by the way, and yeah, he said that he has some big project that he needs some people to help him with. Yeah, DM me, man. I don't speak German that good, so please speak English. That would be nice. Yeah, the thing is that what Obi told me and what he actually did as PR actually confused me a bit, because in certain case we have the router provider or the private router for TanStack needs to accept like a context part, but we are not passing that context part. We are actually overriding that context part, right? So overriding it with the React query part of it. So yeah, I mean, I went with it today. It seems not to be working cool, and that's it. All right, I think also Novsky asked about the code source. Yeah, it is open, by the way. You can go and find it, and I will actually message him the code source. Yeah, I love me some React plus Tailwind. That's awesome. All right, I will message you right now with the code source. Maybe you can take a look tomorrow or something like that. Or maybe you are ready from the US. You can do it even today. All right, let me just share this. I can share it via copy. Yeah, that's awesome. I'll just paste it in the message. Yeah, it's called White Noise, and this project, by the way, is open for everyone. So if anyone wants to do it with me and want to change something in it, please feel free. And by the way, we are only 9,970, so we are 30 people only away from 10,000, which makes me happy, because I started this this channel just like a month ago or something like that, trying to really live stream. Every stream we gain around 200 followers. Today I think we gained more than 500 just with this live stream alone, and that was really awesome. I mean, cool, we have a niche now. And you know that I am now 3 a.m. in the night and I still have 60 people watching. That's epic, because at some point we will have 1,000 people watching if we continue like this. And I will be probably not able even to see the chat. But overall, I want to just make sure that you guys know that I also have a Twitch account. And I also stream on Twitch there. So on Twitch I also stream just right now, so you can go and check. And it's also on Kick, on YouTube, everywhere, honestly. Yeah. Cool. Yeah, I actually didn't know that I have 153 followers on Twitch already. That's awesome. you will be needing more moderators. I will actually put a lot of people as moderators maybe tomorrow. I will just pick these people who come always to the chat. Yeah. What do you think about build and deploy with Versal? Actually, Versal is the closest one to perfection right now. It provides really good tools for you to deploy. I use it all the time. Yeah, what I do at work is totally different from what I do now. So that's why maybe I seem sometimes lost and stuff like that, because honestly I don't do things from scratch like this. We work with some defined components and stuff like that, and we have a lot of other stuff that is different from what I'm doing. But I feel like what we are building, or what we are trying to build, is actually better than what I do at work at some point, because if we continue like this, we will be actually building really good stuff. Yeah, maybe this application will become really a good SaaS at some point, but because now we are not doing it perfectly, we are just trying to set up the stuff. But once everything is set up correctly, yeah, it will be just building feature after feature, right? And things will go perfectly. Awesome. We still have 27 people to reach actually 10,000, like an MVP. Yeah, my backend is Express plus Node, Express plus Prisma plus Passport.js, GWT, something like that, some middlewares. Yeah, that's it, nothing more. Thanks, Haridin said, great work. He's here like for the whole stream, I think. That's nice. Yeah, we are building a white noise app. And by the way, it's really bad that my repo is 300 megabytes already. We need kind of to query this kind of stuff. What white noise app? White noises are like player music playing, like snippets that you can just hear when you want to make your baby sleep or make yourself study and listen to some murmurs or something like that. It's not really as baby noises or something like that. It's like I picked up from coffee shops, from like listening to a fireplace, listen to something like that. Yeah, it's not like, honestly, you can also add your white noises if you like something on YouTube and you don't want to open YouTube, or you may use my application at work when you cannot open YouTube. It will be really nice. Yeah, cool. I can't believe that I actually have still viewers coming into the chat. Yeah, thanks there. I will call you B because you only have a B in your profile. I don't understand. And thanks a lot. Yeah, congrats to all of us, because honestly I didn't do this alone. I actually literally steal time from family just to come here and do this kind of stuff, and honestly I really like it. For 1 month already I'm building 3 apps, 2 at works, like from zero, by the way. I'm building like a hydrogen battery app, so I'm trying to make the world a better place. I can show you the website actually. The first application that I'm building, this is, by the way, Twitch, so you can follow me there, and here I show the full screen, by the way, so you don't have to see only the part of the screen where it's just the half. Yeah, okay, so this is the eFoy cloud application that we are working on, but actually eFoy is like a battery policy that you can buy like this, like to help people install stuff like in the mountains and stuff like that, which is really amazing, because what I do here is just building for them small applications, and these applications are really amazing. They are actually built in and setting them up in the mountains and stuff. And if you're wondering about how the application look like right now, it looks very simple, honestly. And this is the other application that we're building right now in the live stream. And this is the coffee sound. I'll just share it. There is one sound that I like. It's called the French murmur. Paradis, Paris Paradis, or it's called the Paris Paradise, basically. This one is very funny. It's like a bunch of French murmur, that's it. Yeah. And the good thing about this app that you can put them all together. So let's say you put summer night, right, with a thunderstorm. So it becomes like two mixed things that you mix together, which is awesome. But imagine if we just don't do this, if we kind of like make this like by choice, that you can choose from a library all the noises that you want to listen to, which will become really nice. Conan of Samos said, do you speak French? I speak French a bit, actually, yes. Not much. I forgot the whole vocabulary, but I spoke it really nicely when I was young. Create a diamond app and sell as really diamond as all times. I don't understand what is that, but yeah. Some guy followed me, thanks. You are very sympathetic. Thanks. I can hear a good accent. Yeah. I have a bit of French in my accent, I think, yes. Yeah, the code also available on GitHub for this, so you can go and check it. I actually have it also on my Discord, so if you go to my profile and enter my Discord, you can chat with me there or send me TikTok message and I will send it to you. Yeah. Yeah, that's it. So what else? Tomorrow I won't be live streaming, I think, but after tomorrow. So what I do is actually I live stream every day, but usually actually I try my best to share my schedule with you guys, but I know that is there any Germans here? I mean, if I live stream, usually it pushes my live stream for like the first hour to only like German users, right? So tomorrow is Friday, everybody goes for a drink, everybody not stay at home, right? They don't stay at home, and I will have 4 people watching. Last time I thought there is a problem actually, and then in the application or something, I said no way that I have this low viewers, because usually I have like around 50 and stuff like that. So yeah, I was like, oh yeah, je sais pas, c'est quoi ça? No. And some guy, a French guy, was in the chat. Actually, I remember he was like asking me like questions about Marvel and DC and something like that. Yeah. Wallahi, nice. A lot of people also don't know that I'm Arab. Yeah, I make Ramadan. I actually fast. So I'm waiting for Ramadan. I'm actually happy with it. And I cannot wait for it, honestly. Yeah. They are unique sounds. White noise apps are usually just rain and storms, from what I know. Yes, these are unique, and honestly, I'm trying to build them as much as I can. And I am going to even record ones that I will put there. And some of them actually are recorded by me, so that's cool. I will go outside and just record me speaking Arabic maybe at some point. Do you... Okay, some guy asked, do you know about a food called halim? I don't know what is that, but yeah, make some Udemy class for us. Man, I won't let you pay anything probably for a Udemy class, but if you want to support, just come here to the live streams and subscribe, and that's it. Nap asked, what UI library are you using? I'm using Tailwind with CN here. Nothing fancy, but just following the protocol. Yeah. Guys, we are 15 only away from 10,000, so I will stay until we are 10,000 and we'll make a screenshot and we go to sleep. Alright, let's boost it. If you can share, if you can do whatever, please do. It's 12k. Wow, yeah, 12k likes, but I'm thinking about 12k 10k followers. That's what I meant, because I have like 9,982 or something, 85. Yeah. Difference between CSS and Tailwind. I actually have a video on my profile just now. If you go, the latest video talks about that. Yeah, you're not reading this for real? What do you mean? What am I not reading at this point? I just realized that yeah, that on TikTok you can see the full screen, but on Twitch you cannot see it fully, like you see it fully and horizontally, but not fully vertical way. Can you comprehend this code? Yeah, I can comprehend this code. It's what I wrote. And you know what, Spencer? Look at this. Look at the left side. That's all we wrote together, like literally from zero. Well, yeah, I'm really excited about what is happening with Tailwind theme, and I'm also excited about 10stack store, because they're actually trying to make like the state management part. No code tool, front end and back end. There was a tool that I used not so long ago. It's called what is it called? It's called Zapier, I think. By the way, Conan said a system notification about a boost or something like that. I don't understand what's that. Yeah. Is there something called system notifications on TikTok? Really? I don't know that. Let me check it. Oh, okay. So you can be promoted by others. Okay. By option in this measure, you will be added to purchase promotory videos, live promoted content, and view all video performance details. You promoted content be displayed on both TikTok and TikTok Lite. Okay, but what is this about? I don't understand it. What does it mean exactly? I will accept anyway, but the thing is that oh, so I need to allow everyone to promote me, basically. Okay, that's nice. Ah, okay, so basically TikTok ads becomes like very open to everybody at this point. Okay. That's epic. I didn't know. What the hell is this kind of stuff? This is kind of new, actually. I didn't know about this at all, actually. You know, I am a web developer, but I don't know, I feel like a boomer when it comes to this kind of stuff. So I have all consoles at home. I owned PlayStations, Xboxes, everything, Switches. Like I have 4090 PC. I have all the MacBooks, Mac 1, 2, 3, M3, M4 coming up soon, and I use one iPhone and one MacBook, and I play only on Xbox. And my friends actually look at me as a boomer, because even when I wanna buy a TV or something like that, I go buy the first one that I find and go home. And this is lately because I was interested in making stuff rather than using stuff. So maybe I can explain it like that. Yeah. True, Canon. I probably cannot for sure. What's your actually favorite game? My favorite game of all time. I have a favorite movie and a favorite game that I need to share with you, actually. My favorite game would be, let me think, because this is hard to say actually. It's between The Witcher, Diablo, and there was a time when I played Skyrim. For sure Skyrim tops everything, right? But Skyrim also is perfect. Like, all these games were like different place in my life, right? Skyrim came out when I was 17. I played it for the first time on Xbox 360, and I was super happy with it actually. Yeah, Skyrim is super great. Let me see. By the way, you need to look into the auth login setup. It's called auth login setup. That's what you what kind of branch you need to find. Some guy said after completing 10,000 followers you will be paid for viewership on their post. Actually not, because for doing that you need to have 100k views at least on a month to apply. Yeah, sorry, that's a different branch. Yeah, we did it on a different branch because this is a new and we don't want to actually kind of mess it up. Yeah. Nice. That had you so confused, for sure. Yeah. All right. Now I will tell you about my best movie of all time, because this is one thing, right? Yeah, I watched the show about The Witcher. It's really awesome. And yeah, Geralt of Rivia and the guy that does it, like Henry Cavill, I think. Yeah, he's really nice. And he does a great job at it. But the best movie, and I want you all to watch it, it might sound not good for you in the beginning, like very slow, but it's not even about the love story or something. Like, it actually integrates a love story in it. So there is like a small part in it about the love story. Even though that I'm not romantic or whatever, I don't like really a lot of romanticism or whatever. Like that you'd be like, oh, what is this? It's a drooling with too much stuff. But I usually watch only action movies. But this movie in particular, because I actually lost my dad when I was super young, like 14, right? And this movie talks about a guy who has like a superpower that whenever he goes into a dark room and he thinks about the past memory, he can just jump and go there, right? So there was a moment in the movie where he jumped to see his dad again, and his dad felt in his eyes that he came back from a moment on the future where he actually passed away, right? So they both jumped to another part of their life where they were like both of them young, and they went for an activity. So kind of it's really an amazing movie. It's called About Time, and it shows you like the perspective of time in a different way, and I really liked that a lot. That was the best movie that I ever watched, actually. I really liked it a lot. Yeah, and I hope that you watch it, because honestly it's really amazing. You can watch it alone or with your friends or whatever. We have only 9 followers to go. Yes. I think Conan is actually which IDE I use. Do you use, you mean? I'm using NeoVim, by the way. It's cool. We have a lot of you actually, I think, will love The Witcher. Yeah, The Witcher is really amazing. But the game is so much far better than the series, by the way. And the games keeps you like attached to it better. Yeah, in a better way, kind of. Cool. Sure, B, do it. I mean, it will literally be one of the best movies you watch, and you will like it because it's just taken you from place to another, and you don't understand what's happening, but you will like it at the end, and the ending is epic as well. It's called About Time. That's it. Yeah, there is other movies that I really liked also, like let's say action movies. I like all Marvel movies or DC movies, whatever. But the thing is that about sometimes you watch one movie in particular and it stays in your head, kind of. Yeah. Novsky said, makes sense. I was looking for some stuff that they don't exist. Sorry, I confused you. You should have asked. It's two different branches. Yeah. Nice. Cool. I actually don't get it. How 60 people are watching and only 3 people are making comments. The thing is that probably there is a lot of stalkers. How do you call them? Stalkers. Right now, probably 2 X's are on the chat, and and probably some guys that are from work. HR is waiting for me to say something wrong. Yes. Some people that I worked with are recording me probably to say something offensive, so they can fire me from work or something like that. Yeah, I'm a Vim user, spotted. Correct. Nice. Cool. All right, so I actually saved some of the things that we talked about today. And yeah, some of the things that we talked about today that are interesting, I saved into videos so I can actually post them later on onto the channel. So the channel keeps kind of like regenerated viewers, even though that it's not active, because I feel like whenever I'm doing live streams, yeah, there is like constant people coming to the chat, but whenever I'm not, then it's dormant basically. I think it will be dormant until I get like a very good editor or something like that, until it starts to make money though. I wonder how many years of coding does it take? It finally looked like in English. I don't understand your question, man. Do you use Copilot or another LLM integration? I always talk about this part that I don't use it right now because I don't want to use it at all. It just makes me wonder about my synthetic sugar skills. Why? Because one thing of actually being a programmer is to have code in the tip of your fingers at all costs, at all time, basically, right? And what you need actually to know about this is that if you forget how to write code and someone else writes for you, it's like totally the same when it comes to seeing your developer correct on your PR and pushing it instead of you, right? Oh, okay, I get the point now. There's some guy actually asked how much does it take you for language to become very familiar to you, kind of. For me, it will be a year maybe. I mean, even less, but a year to become really good at one language. Okay, Curious said that if you create like in CapCut, it will make views more than you actually hire some. Treat it like a junior doing the boring stuff of you. Yes, okay, this is good. Albemuth is actually saying that treat AI like a junior engineer, doing the stuff that is easier for you to do. Yeah, which is perfect. Yeah, the perfect thing to describe an AI like Copilot, actually. All right, we are 5 people away from. Actually, we are 5 people away from getting 10,000 followers. I hope that you guys don't start to actually play around. 10,000 and then I wake up and it's 9,000 again. You know, I watched the video of Speed, that YouTuber who always each time he makes 1 million, people mock him actually. Creating posts in CapCut, yeah, that's a good thing actually. I will try it 100%. Yeah, sometimes it never does be familiar. I have a code that I read. It's my own code. You know, ChatCN, when they made like their buttons in a library, they made them with variation part. But they did 2 colors. One is called default, one is called New Yorker or something like that. So there is this moment where I actually got into variations, and I was like, yeah, but what is the ghost variation? What is the alert variation? What is this variation and that variation? So I was thinking about it, and I was like, okay, something is wrong. I need to fix out this, right? So I ended up doing the variation for them, and and I ended up writing a code that I don't understand. Basically, it's a lot of mappers, and each mappers I use, for example, element as the map name for the item, and then I used item, and then I used underscore, and then I used chapeau, what we call in French, and then I used ticks, and then I used this, that, and then if I look at the code, it's tick.map dot item dot slash dot whatever, and it became super complicated that I actually just dropped it, kind of okay, it works, I will never touch it again, and it still works till now actually. Oh, nice. So this guy actually said that I came into his For You page. That's cool. I actually tried today. That's why probably we have a very decent number of people watching, because I tried kind of to post a video just before I actually start streaming. Yeah. Do you speak French? Yeah, I speak French. Not much. Un peu. Yeah. It's very funny that I forgot all my French actually. I can say it in French. Quand j'étais petit, j'ai parlé en français mieux que l'arabe. Mais maintenant, je pratique pas. So that's it. Can I ask, how did you realize coding was a passion for yours? It's very funny though. I never thought that of coding as a passion until I got into the part where I had no other choice. You feel that sometimes, right? Like you are a geek. You are staying at home most of the time, watching series, talking about tech. You love to play video games. Down the spiral, you will end up doing code, right? So in university, I was very average student. I wasn't really good much, right? Did I tell you where I studied in university? I studied in Tunisia, the first bachelor part, but I had my last year into Tunisia plus France, I did alternance, what we call, you do the last year between two countries, kind of, yeah. And then got my bachelor, and I applied for other schools like Harvard or whatever. Applied for a million schools, honestly, and there was schools in Czech Republic, schools in Germany that accepted me and stuff, but it was a problem of money because I didn't want to spend 10,000 euros or 11,000 euros into a blocked account. That's what we do. I don't know in Europe how it is, but in other countries, I am 99999 followers. That's really cool. So who is with the 10,000 followers? Let's pick them up in the chat. Who will be the 10,000 follower? Now we are 10k, but who is it? Nice. I don't know who it is actually. I cannot see it. But now I am 999 again. Now you guys are playing. Yeah. So yeah, I completed actually studying a bachelor, and then I said, okay, I will go for master. I applied. C'était dans quelle entreprise ton alternance? C'était dans une banque centrale, je pense, mais I forgot actually, Banque Centrale de Paris or something like that. It was actually under other banks. It was PNB Paribas, and then I switched to Banque Centrale. Yeah. I helped you reach 10k. That's nice. So so then I did that 1 year there, and I decided to go for masters. And I see the big paperwork of things that I can apply to. One of them is Russia, and I was like, wait a second, I can go to Russia for free because it will be paid, right? So I was like, yeah, why not? I will go to Russia. I have no problem. And I went to Moscow and then went to Voronezh, like small city in the south of Russia. Not south, in the middle of Russia. And I studied Прикладная информатика, which is in Russian means applied informatics into mathematics, basically. And I did that for 1 year and a half, and then 1 year of languages. So I speak Russian very well, I think. Yeah, I speak Russian. I think I have B1 or B2. Yeah, I remember getting C level. This guy wanted to say как дела, he wrote кал дела. So my dog is next to me, by the way. You can see her her tail. Anyway, so it was very nice there to study, because the point is that I just wanted a degree, master degree, and that's it, right? So I ended up actually speaking Russian with a lot of friends, made a lot of friends there. They were nice. Russia was like really surprising. Arina said "Dobry вечер." That means like good afternoon or something. But now we are in the morning, so you can say "Dobry утро," yeah, which is also good morning, or yeah. Anyhow, so basically, I speak it very well. I actually feel like good evening. Yeah. Good evening, afternoon, true. Yeah. So. Yeah, I actually feel like I can introduce myself and I can speak it a bit. I remember I had a guy from Ukraine who works with me, and he did always do jokes, right? But his jokes are really dark jokes. And I remember, like, there's a saying in Russian says like "Каждой шутки есть доля правды," which means like every joke there is a bit of truth, right? So he didn't know that I speak Russian, and he was joking about it like that, and I was like, "Каждой шутки есть доля правды," and he was like surprised, like how an Arab guy knows how to speak Russian. And I said, I even confused him more. I said to him that I play Counter-Strike. And he was like, but it's hard to understand. I said, okay, no problem. I think I'm a genius. And I left him there, and he was like confused. But that was really epic. Yeah. I mean, yeah, Russian is really awesome. But overall, I also, after Russia, I went to Serbia. I lived there for 2 years, 1 year and a half, 2 years. And after Serbia, 26, I moved to Germany. So now nearly 4 years in Germany. No, 26 and a half. I moved from Serbia to Germany. And I moved to Serbia when I was 24, exactly after I finished the master. Yeah. That's it. I mean, my life is just jumping from a country to another. Yeah. Yeah, and then I met this guy called Konstantin. He was doing a really like Bitcoin app or something like that, right? Yeah, that's Neovim, yeah. And this Bitcoin, like he was a big holder of Bitcoin. He had like 6,000 Bitcoins. He was like a millionaire already, this Konstantin guy. His name Konstantin Shistyakov. He's like from the middle of Russia or something like that. And I asked him like, hey, do you need some developer with you? And he interviewed me, accepted me. And in 2019, Bitcoin was at $4,000, by the way. And I was paid like small amount, like 2,200 euros a month. And I was living in Serbia. That's too much money, actually. And he told me, you know what, I can pay you in Bitcoin, and therefore you have Bitcoin, and that's better. I told him, no. Give me euros, man. I need euros to live. And then I regretted, because I didn't have that investment mindset. If I took his Bitcoins at that time, probably I would be now owning, I don't know, 2 million at least. But it's a very funny story, because that also pushed me to know a lot about Bitcoins, about robots, how to actually do with Bitcoin businesses, how actually to send over we had at that time an application called StormGain. And this application, you can go there and actually learn how to trade. So it was actually a very cool application. And yeah, I just have from TikTok, something said, you unlocked new benefits, but I don't know what is these new benefits that I unlocked. But yeah, Yeah, so you see, for monetization, you need at least 100,000 views in the last. But yeah, I will be posting 2 videos per day, something like that, to boost, right? Yeah. Yeah, I worked with Oracle actually, but not Apex in particular. The promotion is performing well, man. That's nice. Thanks. Right, so now we have brand admissions, we have like some marketplace stuff. These are all things that you can check eligibility for, which is awesome. Yeah, you can join. But I don't know what is even creator marketplace. What does that even mean? Creator reward programs and stuff like that. But these, as I said, it needs like some stuff. And then you can need also verification, but verification needs like some articles in the internet and stuff like that. It's totally different from what I know, but seems cool. Is this Vim? I like it that we are talking, and then some guy jumps in and he says, "Is this Vim?" Yes, it is. Yeah, it's Vim, and yeah, I was opening a lazy Git there. Yeah, that's why. Nice. Canon actually is testing TikTok to see if it works well with promotions. That's awesome. Yeah, nice. So what else? Yeah, if you have another questions, please ask. I will be happy to answer them, as now I don't have sleep anymore. What's the theme? The theme is called Tokyo Night, by the way. How do you balance programming and life? I think I don't care about balancing. I can show you how I do, actually, what I do. Kind of like, I learned this from other people. So basically, for me, I consider everything 5 days like as a work day. So on Monday to Friday, I need to work at least 8 hours per day and not sleep until I have at least 2 hours of something that I'm passionate about, which means that in the week I will have 10 hours of something. For example, today, before I come to the live stream, I did 2 hours playing FIFA. And FIFA is I'm not really good at it. I am on Division 3 actually. Division 4, I think. Division 4. And what I do is that I just play all back. So basically you can play like 4-4-3. I play basically the ultimate team thingy. So you play 4, normally 3-3, right? But what I do is I play like my formation is always like 5 2 1 1 or something like that, right? 5-2-2-1, something like that. So basically I just try my best to make people suffer, basically, and the goalkeeper, we need to count him as well. So I play like this, and I try to make people score goals, and they cannot, basically, because everything I do is just to control the ball outside. And I make them rage, and I actually go division up. And I play just for fun like that. Otherwise, I started actually to watch something called The Rookie. It's really nice series. It's about the policeman who lost everything, and then he moved to LA or something like that. And tomorrow, actually, it's a work day for me, so I'll wake up around 9. So now I will sleep probably around 4, so I'll wake up after 5 hours, and I will just try to survive, right? The thing is that on Friday I only work for 5 hours or something like that, so I can wake up at 11 and start working until 6, let's say, something like that, right? But I will wake up at 9 just because I need to do some errands and buy some stuff, right? That's it. But it's different from what I have in Saturday and Sunday, right? Saturday and Sunday, I usually take myself outside and see what is new. Probably the first of Sunday, probably here I will just do nothing, and then here do some driving, some going outside, go to drink a coffee. I usually spend around, I don't know, 70 euros outside, or like 100 euros on food or something like that. There is like a good steakhouse here in Germany called oh, I forgot it actually. There is one in Sendlinge in Munich. Anyway, it's a good steak that I go there with my friends and have some fun. Sunday I usually also do nothing on the part of it, but here I will watch a movie or play some FIFA, and I will prepare some videos. And now that I have to stream, and streaming's taken too much of my time, I will try to reduce my working hours, because honestly I can finish my work in 6 hours if I just boost myself, and I take 30 minutes of break, right? And I prepare some stuff that I'm gonna do every day. Nice. I mean, yeah, I do on my free time, but I work for sure. I work 8 hours per day, and coding is what I do at work as well. You know, yeah. Novsky said, remember, HR people are here in the chat. Keep the hours up. So I work 15 hours per day, and I sleep 1 hour, and I do some research for my employer for 2 other hours. Yeah. This will be it, right? So yeah, kind of, even your employer. Actually, my employer came to me today and he told me I have 40 days vacation that I need to take before March. So I will take only 10 days actually. Just, I don't wanna just tell him, go here and just don't work for another 2 months, and he will be really hating me at this point. I cannot take all 40 because they end by 30 of March. So what I need is just to take probably 15 days. That's maximum that I want to take. And I also have projects that depend on me, and I will feel super bad, especially this boss. I work usually in office. I have 2 jobs, one in office and one remote. And this remote, for sure, I just work remotely at home, and I start this at 5 a.m. sometimes when I wake up early. Sometimes not 5, but I do like this. I do 7 a.m. to 9 a.m. and I take a break. So 2 hours, usually I do everything that I need to do during the day. I just boost myself and then go here, work for these, like for the 8 hours, and then come back to this one and do more 3 hours basically, or something like that. I feel bad for them, but they are also shitty with me, so I don't care. There is this one also, that is, I am internal. I need to go to the office. So how can I work to when this guy calls me here? How can I take it in the other office? The thing is that this guy who is my boss, basically, is super nice guy. He tells me, do you want to come to the office tomorrow? I say, no, I'm not coming. He say, like, it's okay. Like, he's one of the nicest people ever. Like, I never met a guy like this. So, in Call of Duty, like, you can take a bullet for some guy. This guy probably I will take a bullet for, because he helped me kind of a lot. I had a kid last year in April, and I didn't go to the office for 3 months or something like that. So he said nothing. He said, I know you have a kid, and he moved on, and that's it. Nothing. In this 3 months, I probably pushed 2 PRs. And these 2 PRs are big. One, I changed the app from React app to Vite, which was super big. Maybe I touched around 365 files or something like that. And I'm not joking. I was like 366 even, or even more, 67 we ended up. And the next PR was about deleting Bootstrap from the app and changing to Tailwind, I think. So we had MUI also, we have Bootstrap, we have a lot of other stuff here, like models, like stuff that I changed. Yeah, so loyalty pays off. That's the thing that I'm talking about. So if you're loyal to me, I'll take a bullet for you, man. Like, that's the goal for this, right? And that's why I don't make much monthly, actually. I think 8K per month, like netto in my pocket, maximum, actually. But for some people 8K is too much money, I know, but rent in Munich is 2K. My car takes 1K. I don't know. Let's say my kid takes another 1k. I have a retirement 1.5k on Swiss Life, so I always get left with 1k only to spend on food, actually. 1 to 2k to spend on food. But the thing is that these spendings are me actually thinking about the future. So is that USD? No, euros, actually. We get euros. Yeah, so a month after taxes, that's good. But as you see, I work too much, actually, if you think about it. The app that I'm making, I'm calling it actually white noise app. That's it. Yeah, I live in Munich, but I'm not German. I am Tunisian, from Tunisia. Yeah. Yeah. You know how much Munich nearly made me cry last year? There was a month where I made 32k or something. They gave me in my pocket 10k only. And they changed me to class 6. You know what is class 6? Class 6 is when they take 80% probably of your monthly income. Yeah, on taxes, yeah. I was super sad. Then I said, okay, then I will go minimum. So there is like this in Germany. If you are taken from 30, let's say, to 56, they take around 30%, right? Okay, if you do 56 to 75, they will take, let's say, 44%, something like that, right? Every month, by the way. And then you just have reached like the 85 mark, and then it becomes berserk. Every 1k that you make extra, they will split it on half. So if you stay 75, you will make the same as if you are 95. That's the problem here, that they split everything and then they calculate and then it's the same thing, right? Yeah. Yeah, I pay on both. So what happened is that I was class 3, which is the best class for actually, because I have a kid and stuff like that. So the thing is that I was getting like one job I worked with. They paid me 7k, let's say. I got every month 4.5k. I was happy. Okay. And then came the next job. They gave me another 8k brutto. This is what I'm taking, brutto. And then they reduced this to 3.2. And they reduced this to 3.8, which then exactly both together is equal 8k. So instead of winning 3 point, like the half of this, which is 4k, and then end up with 9 or 10, they just made this to class 6 and this to class 4 and said, yeah, go home. That's it. There, you're not class 3 anymore. Yeah. So for me now, think about it. This is 7k, 8k. So how much is this? 16k a month? No, 15k a month. And you end up with 8k. That's exactly 50%, kind of. But I don't end up with 50k always, because sometimes I have work like 130 hours in the second job. So the second job will make me 5k. Still, they will half it. And you end up at the end sometimes even with 5k for 2 jobs. So you say, what the hell I'm doing? Why did I just stick to one job and that's it, right? Honestly, and my credit score, if I ask them, hey, can I buy a house? Yeah, sure, 1 million for a 2 apartment house. I said 2 apartment for 2 rooms house or something like that. Yeah, it's not a penalty, but it's just that they dropped me down. So what I did is, this is a smart what I did, okay? I went to them and I said, if I give to my Renteversicherung, which is like kind of like the pension, right? Instead, they take 300 euros only for pension. For pension, I think every month or something like that. and 300 on socials, and 300 on insurance. Like, it's kind of like not 300, but it differs, sometimes even 600. I'm not sure exactly, right? So I told them I will give 1.5k for that, and if you pay 1.5k multiplied by 12, that's 18. Then they obligated to return you by the end of the year half of this, which is not half, but 43% of this, which means 7k probably. And this 7k will be your tax returns. So this is my smart move. And then I went and I did an ETF. I was super smart. I did another ETF with 500 a month, and I saved the rest. So kind of. So for me, I look at my salary and then 4k minus in the first day, just because I have 1.5k, 5k, and 2k for rent, right? Because I rent 65 meter in Munich is like super much, not 60, 72 actually meters. Oh, okay. Yeah, you need to look up the taxes stuff that you can actually get rid of a lot of stuff. But for me, last year they asked me for 4k also, like, you know, like, but I paid 60% of my, no, they told me, no, now you give us 4k. Yeah. Oh, you know, 65 is, no, 56, I looked at this, right? A 56 meter square, which is probably half of what you're saying right now. No, you're not even half. This is I checked it last time, 450k, and now it became 550 just in a year. So 1 million, I mean, this is 2 rooms apartment, right? By the way, that means that you have like what we call salon, where you put your TV, and then where you put your bed. That's it. You have no kids bedroom, no, nothing, right? Yeah, but in Munich it's super expensive. So if you want, like, let's say 3-room apartment or something like that, or maybe a 4-room apartment for your kids someday, 1 million is 100%. Yeah, I think in the US, if you go to Texas or Alabama or something like that, I think these places are just... I live in Munich, by the way. That's it. I'm just talking here about like some stuff just to motivate you guys. It's not that I make too much money or something. Even if you make too much money, you just get wrecked here in Germany. Yeah, I tried. I applied in Basel. They accepted me, and then they rejected because I still have my Tunisian passport, the green passport thingy, which looks like very odd. And I also needed like special visa there, and they will pay a lot for it, so they rejected me at the end. So this is one of the things. It's the salary was 160, I think, which is good for me because I will go back to class 3, and with one job I can do this. But now with 2 jobs I make around 180 together, but I get nothing. Basically I get 30% of it. Yeah. No, it's not very strong actually. It's, if Germany is strong, then man, a small 2-bedroom apartment for 1350. I rent like a 2-bedroom apartment also, but 1,870 with euros with garage 70, so it's kind of too much. Yeah, 2,000 together. Yeah, which is bad. I do invest in crypto, but I stopped. Once you have a kid, you will forget about crypto, because honestly, crypto just no for me. It's just volatile too much. Yeah, try Qatar. Man, when I get the German citizenship, you will find me in Dubai or Qatar for the next day, because I speak Arabic, and it will become really good, and you will come with another citizenship, so they don't know that you're Arab. Oh gosh, man. I'll change my name for that. I will be Alex, or I'm kidding, by the way. Don't take me like as I am actually chasing money or something. But that's the bad thing about if you go to Saudi Arabia or something. You get paid based on your passport. You don't get paid based on your skill, because if you are an American, you need to pay taxes in America as well. So Yeah, you know what? Like even the burger amt, they tell me like, oh, you pay too much taxes. Do you have your permanent residence? I said no. Okay, did you apply? I applied. You don't need anything, they said. Just come. Okay, I applied. I'm waiting for 6 months. People usually get it for 2 months. But what they do, they prolong as much possible for you to pay as much taxes as possible. And honestly, what makes me sad about Germany is that I see people doing nothing and getting apartments for free and stuff like that. There is like a bad system here, is that if you don't work, you live better than if you work, right? Which is odd. Nice, we can work together. I have no problem. I actually did this just maybe for an extra buck. But the thing is that I am really good. I honestly, if you want me to help you with anything, just let me know. I will do my best even to help you for free. So this is not my kind of goal to just make money out of this, honestly. Yeah. But yeah, I am learning, and I want to become like that 10x engineer, like the engineer that will look at things and say, this is the error, this is where it should be, and this is how it is done, and so on and so forth. Yeah. That's it. Yeah, that's another thing. They didn't give my child citizenship because his mom is Russian. So that's sad. They told me he's Tunisian. You get a Tunisian passport for him. I went to Tunisia to get him a passport. They told me, where did you get married? I told them I got married in Denmark. They don't accept that. So it became like a very long thing. So I got him like a birth certificate. And then I was like, yeah, I will get him the Tunisian passport when I'm at home. Because, yeah, but the funny part, he can get 3 passports if I get the German citizenship. Then he will take at the end the German one, and then he will get the Tunisian one automatically, and also the Russian one automatically as well. He's super cool. Noah, his name is, and he's 9 months old. I think I have some pictures of him I can show you, but he's really cool. I honestly think that he's the cutest, because for sure every parent will see his kid as the cutest, but he does these little things like that. He mocks me. He sees how I work on the computer, so he just come to my computer and does this on the keyboard and be like doing this. It's like kind of fun. And he never actually sleeps basically, or like vertical. He just sleeps always diagonal, like he never wants to sleep normally, which is very funny. I really don't have on this phone, but yeah, I will share with you later on, maybe on a story or something. How old is he? He's 9 months now. Yeah, or pay Trump for a 5 million gold card and come to the US. Yeah, if I had 5 million, I would probably invest it in something and not ever think about coming to Germany. But yeah, anyhow, I know that HR are watching right now. Yeah. Do you hope your son does this IT thing? No, I hope my son actually follows like artistic things, like I don't know, like art, like be an actor or something like that. By the way, I tried acting. I was voice acting for long. I did Assassin's Creed Syndicate when I was in Dubai once for Ubisoft. I know that Ubisoft is like one of the most hated right now, but they needed someone who speaks Arabic, French, and English. And I was like, guys, what the hell? It's me here. I applied. I got accepted in 1 month. I went to England, and then they sent me out some things to speak about. And it was funny because I had this like funny axe thingy that I take in my head, and I say like these kind of voices, like like this kind of things, and then they told me now curse in Arabic, and I was like, what? And it was Egyptian Arabic, not even like, and I'm not Egyptian, so it was kind of like really fun. But then they did the Syrian Arabic, and then they did the Arabic, like the common one, and it was really fun. But yeah, overall it's kind of like amazing to do that. And I wanted to do voice act, and I actually applied for Disney once. They had like some couple of gigs and stuff like that, and I was about to do the movie Up, if you know it, that little kid that put balloons in a house and the house just flew away. But then I got rejected just because also it always ends up like with a passport thing, because you need to travel somewhere in Australia or something to do it, and it takes time to get your visa. So I was like, yeah, for sure, I will not do it. Yeah, so advice on university regarding programming, AI, etc. I mean, what does AI have to do with your university, unless you are actually majoring in it? But in this case, just please do some algorithmics, take some math classes, and try your best to actually study algorithmics, because that's what will take you to the next level when it comes to syntax and stuff like that. Yeah. Above and Beyond said, don't make me a mistake, live in the moment with your son. My mind was always on work and I regret it. Correct, actually, because these little kids grow up super fast, and yeah. But you know what, if you had your work all the time, but then now you make money and you are on such level of seniority that you can secure all their lives, like your family, I mean, it is worth it that you actually focused on work at that time. It's not bad. Same with me. If you ask me right now, 2 years ago, I would be now drinking my ass off some club or something like that, having fun with friends, not thinking about the future. But now when I see my son, like, it happened to me once when I looked at my son and I said sorry, and I didn't mean it like to say sorry in a way that I'm sorry for something, but I felt like I am not working or pushing myself enough to my potential that I can be. So I looked at him in the eyes and I said, sorry, I will try my best. And it was kind of like a weird situation. Yeah. I don't have time to build major web services at the moment, but Go is the really neat. Yes, correct. I mean, Go tries, like, if you try Go right now, it's really at its peak, but it depends also on what you want to achieve. I always say this, Sofiat or Nick, what do you want to achieve? What do you want to become? Yeah, the use case, yeah. Good point. All right, guys, so it's 4 a.m. I want to thank everybody who's here in the chat since like 4 hours ago and watching me. Honestly, thank you all. Tomorrow I wouldn't stream, so because it's Friday, nobody will watch. On Saturday and Sunday I will be here, but I will be probably fix this 10 stack issue. Otherwise, Novsky, if you have actually a way that you solve it, do a PR, please. Yeah. And let's continue on this. Next time we will connect or query the database with some to-do lists or something to add the application. And let's create kind of, you know what, let's create some task to the chat so they can try themselves. If they cannot code, they will just do anything. And yeah, I will pay for some AI service, maybe DeepSeek or something like that, because it's cheap, they said. And let's make it like even a news section or a study section where you can ask it for certain favors to help you with that. So that will be really amazing. So we will have a lot of sections, and we will have a Kanban board for this to-do list, maybe in drag and drop service or something like that. But this all takes some time. We will keep building this until it becomes the next big thing. All right, cool. Thanks a lot, everyone. Thanks for your efforts. Thank you actually for being here, and thanks for taking me to the 10,000 followers. I will honestly love it if you come back, all of you. And yeah, thanks for the chit chat. And I know that I took a lot of your time and probably talk about anything but coding lately, but honestly I feel like I have only 2 neurons left in my head and I cannot even look at code anymore, so I switched the 10 to my other screen right now. Yeah. All right, so great evening, everybody, and great morning if you are in somewhere it's morning, and see you tomorrow. I see some guy actually had a question. But if you ask it very fast, we will answer it and then go to sleep. All right. Thank you again, guys. I think you can DM me for the question, and that will be amazing. And see you tomorrow. Not tomorrow, after tomorrow. And let's continue with this. I will fix it probably tomorrow, and I will actually give you all the insights. All right. See you guys. Bye bye. Thanks a lot. Ciao.